Thank you for downloading the book from the Royal.com free e-library, http Royal.com, all books by the author, http Royal.com author Devyatov Andrei HTML, the same book in other formats, http Royal.com book Devyatov Andrei Krasny Drakon Kitai Rossiya Visksivik HTML, enjoy reading, Devyatov A.P. Red Dragon China and Russia in the 21st century. Forward, the reader who recognizes practice as the criterion of truth will, I hope, find in this book the most important thing that theory can provide for practice method. Moreover, the reader, whose activities are connected with the Chinese and China, can personally verify how effective the proposed method is for assessing the situation and for making decisions, and it is good if the reader does not notice, and having noticed, will forgive the author for dilettantism in the involved areas of theoretical knowledge. After all, the author, being engaged in business, and before that, in strategic military intelligence, simply did not have the opportunity to get acquainted with any complete volume of special literature. Much in this book is stated as if according to intelligence data, that is, the sources of obtaining information are not disclosed, and the results issued after processing are either accepted as is or rechecked against other sources, if there is time for such a check before making a final decision. In real conditions, on the battlefield, whether it is a military operation or a commercial transaction, the result depends on the speed and accuracy of actions, victory or defeat, profit or ruin. Time is the most important resource here, in military affairs. Therefore, it is customary to work with a card that is directly called that. For example, the decision of the army commander to attack, defense, oncoming battle or retreat. At the same time, a verbal explanation of the decision card is often redundant. The basic formula of the proposed method, 110, odd even, can be verbally defined by the phrase "the enemy of my enemy is my friend," and then drawn in the depth of possible meanings behind the words friend and enemy, a map, a diagram, a matrix, a formula. It was precisely to their clarity, conciseness and accuracy that the author sought to bring this book, hoping that it would be in demand primarily by those domestic specialists who fight on the Chinese front. Chapter 1: How this book has come together. Necessary explanations. It so happened that the whole practice of my work and life, 23 years of service in the Soviet military intelligence and 7 years of self-employment, has so far been connected with China. In 1976, as a young scout, I began to explore this country, riding a bicycle through the streets of Beijing and Hutons, and in 1999, the Chinese police deported me, already a mature and successful middle-class entrepreneur, from the country, declaring me persona non grata, and a little later, from my wife, who remained a hostage with the capital of the joint venture forced by the Chinese to liquidate. The police without any documents seized and stole, as if robbed, the symbol of my independence that irritated them, a long executive Mercedes. Therefore, personal examples and comparisons on the way from a bicycle to a Mercedes will inevitably be both a motive and a source. Historically, most of my practice took place during the construction of socialism with Chinese characteristics in China. The course of Chinese reforms announced in precisely this formulation, which has been steadily pursued for the past 20 years, has an obvious success. This success of socialism with Chinese characteristics is especially noticeable against the background of the simultaneous rollback and collapse of orthodox socialism in Eastern Europe and the USSR. In my opinion, the reason for this situation is not that we are talking about some particularly sophisticated or outlandish modification of socialism, but that this modification is Chinese, and in this capacity, She is unique and cannot be a model for others. In 1982, at the age of 30, that is already at the end of the natural ability to make heuristic discoveries, I suddenly saw the most obvious difference between the Chinese and all others. Only the Chinese still retained hieroglyphic writing. All other peoples use letters or, like the Japanese and Koreans, syllabics, and if someone on our planet sometimes uses hieroglyphs, the same Japanese, less often Koreans, even more rarely Vietnamese, then these hieroglyphs are Chinese. This discovery plus free time between the duties of a shift operational duty control center in the GRU of the General Staff, acquaintance with the unique collection of hieroglyphics in the GRU service library, as well as some experience of the first trip to China, 1976–1979. All this allowed me to write a kind of scientific monograph writing, language and thinking of the Chinese. The result was a rather plump book, which was printed by the GRU printing house as a manuscript in 10 copies. In the monograph, I tried to deduce and prove the patterns of how exactly the hieroglyphs affect the thought process of the Chinese and what the result is in practice. However, my scientific ambitions were immediately rejected by Soviet academic science. At the pre-defense at the Institute of Oriental Studies of the Academy of Sciences of the USSR, they did not listen to me, but the main linguist at that time, academician V.M. Solntsev, even left the hall, slamming the door. I didn't get into the haggles of our days, but I still haven't had time to regret it. In the same year, 1982, the Father Commanders sent me to the second Chinese business trip, which lasted 4 years. Since my monograph did not concern any state or military secrets, I donated 1 copy of it to the Beijing library so that the work would not go to waste. Great was my surprise when, a year later, I took my book in the reading room and discovered that, judging by the notes in the margins, someone had read it carefully and more than once. Most likely, Chinese counterintelligence officers studied me through my book. However, even such an unspoken demand inspired me, and I decided someday to return to the topic of the specifics of Chinese thinking and behavior, not only from a scientific, but also from a practical point of view, more interesting for those who have to break through the Chinese wall on business. Determining for myself the principles of using factual material, I proceeded from the fact that I am fluent in only 3 languages, Russian, Chinese and English, and therefore, striving for the accuracy and objectivity of the results, I have the right to talk about the features of civilizations, imprinted in names only in these languages. The same applies to examples illustrating my reasoning. They mainly come from personal experience, from what I saw and felt myself. I think that I have a natural birthright to talk about Russians, and I have seen Russia from the Baltic to the Pacific Ocean. I will talk about the Chinese based on my experience. Speaking of others, I will have in mind primarily the Anglo-Saxons. After all, the zero meridian passes through Greenwich, symbolically indicating that it is here that the center of the West and the axis of the Western world. If you choose a model of the Western mentality, then the Anglo-Saxons fit this role both as carriers of the Protestant ethic that motivates individualism and capital accumulation, and as a nation that at one time successfully colonized almost half the world, including the current stronghold of the West, the United States. In addition, the language of communication of the West, and hence the usual division of the world into concepts, is English. My personal experience outside of Europe has also been more with the countries of the Anglo-Saxon area than the French or Iberian. Spanish, Portuguese. On business trips, I often ended up in countries either with left-hand British traffic on the roads, Australia, Malaysia, Singapore, Hong Kong, South Africa, or other orders established by the former metropolis in the device of life, Middle East, Canada. I'll make a reservation in advance that they didn't let me in the USA, and I didn't go anywhere in Europe itself. In addition, my stay in the countries of the Western world was, as a rule, short, from 2 weeks to 1.5 months. Therefore, my personal impressions of the West are vivid, but superficial, and the correctness of comparisons requires authoritative evidence and, therefore, a reliable witness. For the purity of experience as such, I drew on my contemporary, Russian writer and radical politician Edward Limonov. He lived for many years in the West outside the Russian colony and experienced the realities of life there in full measure. Limonov is not an armchair researcher, but a practicing politician. Today he is successfully mastering prison experience in the Lefortovo Special Detention Center of the Russian FSB, so his assessments can be considered quite objective. Like a radical, he deliberately exacerbates the problems, which contributes to their clarification. And where I think about the West, mainly its calculations are used. In addition, the life passed through the consciousness and heart of the writer looks brighter and more figurative than in the dry conclusions of a scientist analyst. I believe that a comparison of my assessments of China and Limonov's assessments of the West will be all the more interesting because they are based on personal foreign practice not only of equal duration, 17 years, but also of one period of history, from the 70s to the end of the 20th century, where life and economic practice requires substantiation from the side of high theory. I try to rely on the fresh look of another person of my generation, military economist Colonel Andrei Pashev. Something remained in my memory from the thick military geographical description of the Far Eastern Theater of Military Operations, published by the Soviet General Staff in the late 70s, and one more aspect requires reservations, namely, to write sincerely about intelligence means, in one way or another, to touch upon military and state secrets. To write about business, especially at the stage of criminal nomenclature capitalism in Russia, means to touch upon a commercial secret. To bring all this to its original scientific base means to affect the authority of official science. Both that and another, and the third for the reader, undoubtedly are interesting and useful from the point of view of knowledge of spheres about which it is not accepted to extend, but for the author, it is fraught with displeasure on the part of various calibers of holders of power and money. The way out is a cautious game, which is desirable to play both sharply and freshly, perhaps on the verge of a foul, but without violating the written and unwritten rules. And a little more background: my fate was predetermined by the Chinese-initiated Soviet-Chinese border conflict over Damansky, Zanbaodao Island on the Ushri River in March 1969. I, who was born in 1952 in a Russian family of workers, was just graduating from high school in Moscow and, since in my youth I had a craving for financial and economic activities, after a special school with enhanced study of the English language, I was going to enter the currency department at the Moscow Financial Institute. However, a recruiter from the Military Institute of Foreign Languages came to my English special school before graduation. He drew us the golden mountains of a career as a military translator, and I decided, first for experience, to try the procedure for entering a military institute. Exams at BA were a month earlier than at the financial institution, and I managed to make the main entry. but it turned out like this. The border conflict that occurred in the spring of 1969 and the relative success of the Chinese in this conflict then indicated the true potential of the Chinese threat. I must say that the fighting on the Ushri against our motorized rifle division of constant readiness armed with multiple launch rocket artillery systems and tanks, was carried out by the Chinese agricultural division of irregular troops without any heavy equipment. The Chinese were forced back, but the Soviet T-62 tank, which they stole from Damansky Island, was placed in a military museum in Beijing as a symbol of the sense of national dignity gained by the Chinese in battle with a strong enemy. In addition, later, in an atmosphere of stagnation, Damansky Island nevertheless passed to the Chinese, first de facto, back in the Soviet period, and then de jure, under the border demarcation agreement, which began under Gorbachev and ended under Yeltsin. The proud slogan of the empire, "We will not give up an inch of our land," was quietly turned down for the sake of considerations of the political expediency of Russian reforms. Then, after the bloodshed in Damansky, our military woke up respect for China, no longer a friend and brother in the socialist camp, but an enemy. The Chinese threat was recognized and formed the need of the USSR Ministry of Defense for personnel who knew the Chinese language. As a result, in 1969 the course of sinologists at the All-Union Institute of Foreign Languages was increased from 10 to 30 people, and after the English Special School I unexpectedly got into their number. Then, in 1969, my first meeting with the Chinese state took place. As a high school student, at the height of the conflict, I participated in a well-organized protest in front of the Chinese embassy in Moscow. The organizers of this action poured out heaps of rubble on Friendship Street, where the Chinese embassy is located, in advance, and young guys, with great inspiration from the disgrace allowed and pleasure from the feeling of civic duty performed at the same time, smashed the embassy windows with stones. The protesters were especially delighted with the throwing of bottles of ink. If someone managed to decorate the Chinese embassy with an ink stain, throwing it up and breaking the bottle against the wall, and the main building, although not fenced then, stands 30 meters from the street, then the crowd rewarded the young man with a roar of approval. This is how, at the age of 17, on the crest of the anti-Chinese wave, I was taken on a long journey as a professional sinologist. Frank confrontation makes mutual respect for each other, and respect removes anger. Ultimately, the professional defense of Russian interests in China made me a friend of the Chinese people. Studying at VIA went well and with interest. I consider that I was very lucky with higher education, as we were taught broad and universal knowledge more than the humanitarian, but also the technical and military spheres. The barracks and drill, on the other hand, gave the right male education. I was lucky at the institute and with life practice. In 1970–1973, as an interpreter on the planes of the Soviet military transport aviation, I served the transportation of weapons to the Middle East, and in October 1973, on the side of the Arabs, he participated in the Third Arab-Israeli War. I felt the war in the air well. I know the feeling of an almost free-falling transporter in an anti-fighter maneuver, when reaching the limit and forced landing at a foreign neutral airfield, with the courage of American carrier-based attack aircraft around a transporter over the open sea. Then I understood what the quality of a soldier is. I saw the looseness of the Syrians and the organization of the Iraqis, the arrogance of the Americans and the stubbornness of ours. I felt how war refreshes people, lifts their spirits, frees them from the apathy, stagnation and indifference of peacetime. how it awakens honor, duty, mutual assistance, how it suppresses cynicism, hypocrisy, envy, pride. There was also pride in belonging to the armed forces of the Soviet superpower, which, in that clash between the Eastern Bloc, which supported the Arabs, and the Western Bloc, which supported the Jews of Israel, was on an equal footing with the Americans. Meanwhile, Sino-Soviet relations continued to deteriorate, the Chinese threat was growing, and attention to the cadres of sinologists remained. In 1974 the institute was visited by the then Minister of Defense and a member of the Politburo of the Central Committee of the KPSU, Marshal of the Soviet Union A. Greco, of the students. He met only with the final course of sinologists, talked with us about China, and I even answered his question, what is the difficulty of learning Chinese? It's hard to say why he needed it. Maybe he wanted to test some of his feelings on very young and fresh heads, but as a result of this meeting, organizational issues were quickly resolved on the admission of cadets to the classified materials of the ordinary press in Chinese and the departmental publication of 2 special Chinese dictionaries. In the materials of the Renmin Ribao that have opened up for us, whoever wanted to could read about the rebirth of the KPSU and its tops headed by Khrushchev, about the birth and strengthening of the privileged stratum in the USSR, about the revisionist Brezhnev clique which put the world's first socialist state, for the creation of which the great Soviet people shed their blood, before an unprecedentedly serious danger, the restoration of capitalism. Of course, at that time I did not at all see the validity of these warnings about the danger of the degeneration of the top of the party that began after Stalin and the impending dismantling of socialism in the USSR, but everything happened as the Chinese warned, and ended with the death of the Soviet Union in 1991. I graduated from the institute with honors with a red diploma and a medal for military merit. These circumstances, apparently, contributed to the fact that competent comrades who selected personnel for military and political intelligence drew attention to me. Serious officials talked to me in the dark, without touching the matter, after which, together with a significant group of graduates, I ended up at the disposal of the main intelligence directorate of the General Staff, and the GRU immediately sent us to study further at the Central Courses for Intelligence Officers. There were no entrance exams. Future intelligence officers were only subjected to long, varied and complex tests to test mental abilities, reactions, memory, thinking, and, without weeding out anyone, they were divided into 2 groups, undercover intelligence and technical intelligence. I ended up in the second group and went through there, first of all, special engineering training in radio intelligence. The quality of training at these courses was apparently so serious or even unique that in the military specialty, when I was discharged from service, I, a referent translator for basic education, ended up in the engineering and technical staff of the reserve. I consider that I was lucky again, because after the central courses the volume and depth of the knowledge and skills gained allowed me to better understand the object of my professional interest, China. Undoubtedly, all this helped me, after my dismissal from the service, to calmly move into business, quickly master it and successfully engage in it. On August 7, 1976, I arrived in Beijing to work as a junior assistant at the USSR Embassy in the PRC. Only a week has passed since the strongest earthquake in China, which claimed more than 100,000 lives in tension alone. Beijing also suffered, fearing destruction from aftershocks. The people of Beijing lived outside their homes. The spectacle of a mass of metropolitan Chinese, with old people and children, settled down with all their belongings wherever possible under the open sky, struck me with the appearance of naked, visible poverty. So the later socio-economic successes of China had something to compare with. A month after my arrival, on September 9, 1976, Mao Zedong died. A month later, Mao's successors were declared again of war. The next period in the history of China is already quite well known to me as an eyewitness, and sometimes a participant in the events. 3 business trips in modest diplomatic positions at the USSR Embassy in Beijing, 1976, 1979, 1982, 1986, 1989, 1992, and almost 7 years, 1993, 1999, of independent free enterprise in a resort in Baidahe, 300 km east of Beijing, form the content of that personal experience of intelligence and business in China, which will be used in the following story. Between trips to China, I was an ordinary officer of the General Staff. However, even here I was lucky with my horizons. At the GRU General Staff, I led the direction of China in a structure that, on a global scale, continuously probed the nervous system of both the West and the East, and based on the results, diagnosed the state of the armed forces of our potential opponents and the level of threat emanating from them. These nerves of the world military organism are the strategic and operational, of the theater of operations, systems of control and communication of troops and weapons. As an operational duty officer of this GRU structure, responsible for evaluating urgent information, I was also obliged to understand the processes of command and control, primarily of the U.S. Armed Forces. Moreover, to understand in all theaters of military operations, land and ocean, in all command zones on the ground, in the air and in space. As a China specialist in the global intelligence structure, I have participated in many strategic drills, games and exercises of the General Staff. Rarely, but he was also in the troops, both in distant garrisons on the territory of the USSR, and in units that performed tasks abroad, as a silent extra at the map during a strategic command and staff exercise. I heard how, and on the basis of what intelligence data Minister of Defense D.F. Ustinov made a decision on the unlimited use of nuclear weapons in a reciprocal massive missile attack on the United States, and this decision, on a real-time scale, was made on the basis of an oral report by the head of the GRU, General of the Army P.I. Ivashutin, based solely on formalized data from radio and electronic intelligence, which few understood. As an operational duty officer, something like a night director, I know for certain from my own experience about the complete inability of our then system of top leadership of the country to take at least some timely, and in the event of a threat of a missile attack, it means quick, decision based on quite sufficient data, but not training but live, not provided by the algorithms of pre-planned actions. The situation, in 1980, when the Americans' missile attack warning system failed, and targets appeared on their display screens, as if missiles were launched for a sudden massive strike on the United States, they managed to hold a conference call of command headquarters and the White House apparatus, removing the control system from under the blow. They raised air command posts and repeater aircraft into the air, transmitted control signals and brought the duty forces to the highest readiness for combat use. Then they figured it out and gave up. It all happened in the morning Moscow time. I was in the chair of the operational duty officer, received data, starting with the conference call, and if the Americans did not understand what was happening with their warning system, then we did not understand. The reality of their reaction and readiness for action, which was fraught with an irreparable breakdown, was monitored by us, reported to the authorities, and, in the end, reached our top leadership in a personal report by the head of the GRU, but it happened only after lunch. Later, however, the Americans, in order to learn a lesson, published in the newspapers what and how they had, and we had a high commission to find out the reasons for the delay in the passage of information, but everything was put on the brakes. However, the same applies to strategic intelligence and the leadership of the United States, which completely missed the entry of Soviet troops into Afghanistan, carried out on the eve of the Protestant Christmas on December 25, 1979. Throughout this festive night for Americans, I, either shooting personally, which was extremely rare, delved into the details of the state of American control systems, which remained relaxed and calm. I will add that when it is already night in Moscow and the high authorities are asleep, then in Washington the day and life are in full swing, and in Beijing the morning of a new day rises, and therefore a considerable information load fell on the very modest night director in the GRU, often requiring quick and accurate response. All this, of course, contributed to understanding the role and place of China as a factor of power in the modern world, and the knowledge of certain regular aspects in the structure and functioning of the US and NATO armed forces forced me, already as a researcher, to look for similar, but not yet identified or comprehended by intelligence, regularities in the construction and organization of the Chinese armed forces. I was also lucky with the immediate and direct military commanders of the pre-perestroika period. With the beginning of the reforms, they were retired due to their age. These were experienced, highly professional, broad-minded and deeply understanding intelligence leaders who supported me in my scientific work. The leadership style of that time is characterized by such an episode: the last of the vice chiefs of my department, signing the application for enrolling me as an applicant for a scientific degree in a purely civilian field of linguistics, remarked something like the following: Generalissimo Stalin, shortly before his death, wrote the work Marxism and Questions of Linguistics. I am not qualified in this field, but, apparently, there is something important in linguistics. Since Stalin drew attention to this, then you can dare. It is unlikely that any of my associates in the GRU will say that I did not know how to obtain intelligence data in China and that as a mining officer I was a failure, but I myself believe that I achieved my highest results in data processing, the production of the final intellectual product. In passing, I note that obtaining data by legal strategic foreign intelligence in peacetime is exactly what is beautifully called activity incompatible with the status of a diplomat. In all countries, this clandestine activity is illegal and therefore risky. The feeling of danger, concentration of will and intense dodgy work of the mind in confrontation with counterintelligence, this is what gives the intelligence officer the highest pleasure in the short moments of operations. I know this for myself and for others. The data itself, the receipt of which is the goal, at the time of the operation fade into the background, their value or triflingness, and, accordingly, joy or disappointment, are realized and experienced by the scout later. The processing of data, the informational work of strategic intelligence, is scientific work in terms of its methods. The results of this work are discoveries, and the satisfaction from the process of a long search, and, finally, a breakthrough of the mind to knowledge is much deeper than a vivid but short sense of risk and overcoming danger. The information work of strategic intelligence in its results differs from science only in that scientific discoveries are indefinite, and the discoveries of strategic intelligence quickly become obsolete. Thus, the periodic law of chemical elements of Mendeleev is eternal, and the grouping of enemy troops discovered by intelligence, the procedure and standards for their transfer from peaceful to martial law and deployment must be regularly clarified and confirmed. That is why the discoverers of the laws of nature, society and knowledge become famous, and the discoverers of other people's state and military secrets remain unknown. In the information work on China, I was able to put together a fairly complete picture of this or that state of affairs, using bits of very small and fragmentary data. I succeeded because I proceeded from the thesis about the concrete symbolic, associated with hieroglyphic writing, the nature of the thinking of the Chinese, and so I dare say that in any pre-planned activity, the Chinese have a system, sometimes periodic. About my three main discoveries of such a system in the armed forces of China, two of which years later were declassified and confirmed by the Chinese in open materials, and the third, and most important, is implied as obligatory and unquestionable knowledge, I will only briefly mention so far. The first is the discovery by radio intelligence data in November 1987 of the transfer of some parts of the control and communications system of the Chinese armed forces to martial law, and in terms of their functioning, the design and drawing of a large-scale strategic exercise involving troops, aviation, naval forces and launchers. In the nuclear phase, heavy ballistic missiles. The exercise was carried out with the deployment of a ground group to the Beijing defensive line, that is, against the USSR. I made my generalizations and conclusions exclusively by the method of system modeling, without any textual or other semantic information. Subsequently, everything was confirmed. A proud documentary film Steel Wall was made by the Chinese about this exercise, conducted under the general leadership of the chairman of the Central Military Council of the People's Republic of China, Deng Xiaoping. The second is the discovery, carried out in 1989 by radio engineering means, of the fact that the development was completed and tracking the test launch of the rocket of the first Chinese medium-range solid propellant mobile complex. All estimates of the content of the electronic picture, and these are the frequency time characteristics of the pulses, and calculations of the approximate ballistic characteristics of the launch assumed in this picture, range, speed, altitude, were made by me using models of the system's features, and also in the absence of any semantic information. In 1995, during a deliberate escalation of the situation in the Taiwan Strait, this elusive East Wind 31 missile system was shown on Chinese Central Television as a gesture of intimidation and a show of force. And finally, the main pinnacle, achieved based on the principle of having a system in the thinking of the Chinese, was the opening in the early 90s, in fact, of the table of the entire combat strength and grouping of China's strategic missile forces, including both missile regiments and their launch divisions, as well as and parts of missile and technical support, storage and supply of nuclear warheads, training units, hospitals. The work ended with the creation of a matrix, according to which the knowledge of some elements made it possible to assume the presence of others. The reliability of my matrix was later confirmed by the means of specific space reconnaissance, confirmed not in a free search for needles in a haystack, but on a tip to the areas of location of missile forces arising from the data in the table. It should be noted that prior to this, for 20 years of confrontation with the danger from the east, the General Staff of the USSR Armed Forces kept artificial bulk mountains as targets for destruction, the so-called HIACs of Chinese missile bases that never existed there. My stay in China ended on June 29, 1999 due to circumstances completely beyond my control and for me absolutely suddenly. The rule of military intelligence was confirmed. Entry, Ruble, Exit, 2. This rule was stated in the well-known novel about the GRU Aquarium by Viktor Suvorov, Ryazan. True, at the decline of Soviet power, being an active operational officer of the GRU, he himself crossed to the West and, as an unconditional traitor to the motherland, made himself ineligible. I, on the other hand, having not served a day in the GRU under the new government and being a free entrepreneur for 7 years, was first declared by the Chinese persona non grata, and then twice deported by them to Russia. Nevertheless, the rule was confirmed. In both cases, the consequences of the manifestation of independence came at the suggestion of the GRU. Documentary evidence of the true reasons for my deportation from China and the forced closure of my Russian business in China, apparently, will never be obtained, but analytically the picture is as follows. In December 1992, my third business trip to China ended. By this time, the country had undergone dramatic changes. The Soviet Union, to which I swore an oath, was dissolved. The Communist Party, in which I was sincerely convinced of the rightness of the idea of living in conscience and justice as the dreams of mankind, was banned and was under trial. Instead of the need for all approvals and permits, complete freedom was declared, including freedom of enterprise. The pillars of Soviet statehood, the army and the KGB, and not least intelligence and investigation, were shaken by reductions, dismemberment and demoralization. Having by that time the rank of colonel, 26 years of service and the benefits of an internationalist warrior, I decided to quit, realizing that in Soviet military intelligence I had already realized myself quite well. With a modest official position I have no qualitative career prospects, and I don't want to serve who knows what. I decided not to miss the chance and play by the new rules in the new field of acquiring wealth. As an independent and freelancer, going into business was my answer to the challenge of the times. I do not consider leaving intelligence at the most fruitful age, 41 years old, a betrayal. I did not change my oath, I did not change my uniform. In 1917, Nicholas E., abdicating, released the officers from the oath, but Gorbachev in 1991 forgot. I took an oath until my last breath to be devoted to my people, without sparing my blood and life itself to serve my Soviet motherland and its Soviet power, and not at all the world free market of goods and capital. I also did not leave the party and became a red merchant, and he did not run away from the Chinese front, being the first to establish a new private Russian business in China. On February 23, 1993, exactly on the day of the Soviet Army, I was excluded from the lists of the unit and retired for long service. And on March 5 I returned to Beijing and plunged into the sea of business. I began to prepare ahead of time for my departure into business, as an auxiliary option in case of difficulties with continuing my service in post-Soviet Russia. While still in my position at the USSR Embassy in Beijing, there was perestroika, and at the embassy I was the informal leader of the left opposition. As such, he was responsible in the Joint Party Committee of all Soviet institutions in China for the social and domestic issues of our colony. On the perestroika wave of emancipation of the strict embassy regime in 1991, the regular summer vacation of Soviet foreign workers interrupted by the Cultural Revolution was restored at the Chinese government resort on the Yellow Sea in Baidahe. I organized this holiday and communicated with the Chinese side on economic and financial issues. The management of the sanatorium for foreign specialists in Baidahe, where the holiday was organized, hatched plans to attract foreign investment, to modernize and develop your resort, getting not domestic loans, taking on the debt, but foreign investment. The risk remains with the foreigner, was seen by them as the embodiment of the objectives of the new Chinese reform policy. The Chinese persistently offered me free options for investing capital, and I did not return to China from scratch. In 1993, during the days of the September dual power, before the execution of the Supreme Soviet, I legally received the Russian general passport for travel abroad. True, I did not ask my associates in the group for permission to travel abroad on my own, and the state security in that situation did not coordinate my question with them. On October 4, 1993, under the roar of tank guns, I received a permanent work visa for 5 years at the Chinese embassy in Moscow and left for China. In Baidahe, my Chinese-Russian joint venture was registered without delay. A consulting company with its own hotel. A difficult and interesting period of business began. My conscience in relation to my people and my fatherland is clear. I did not participate in the privatization of public property. I did not export capital from Russia. I did not give bribes to anyone. My conscience is also clear before the Chinese. In my joint venture, there was the highest salary among local hotels for ordinary workers, maids, waitresses. I accepted a trade union sanatorium that was worn out and outdated in all respects, and left the modern three-star park-type hotel to the Chinese. I started with practically no tourists from Russia at the Baidahe resort, and ended up with a flow of 20,000 person days per season. As for the consulting part, I gave advice to Russian business and, of course, in the interests of Russian capital, let me briefly note, the main thing in business is a person who invents and implements a scheme with income that exceeds the reimbursement of capital expenditures. A good high-margin business is not advertising, not competitiveness. It's like getting data in intelligence, with a balanced risk, quickly and quietly. Business theory and practice are completely different things. The theory is first and foremost associated with maximizing profits, and practice with minimal risk of loss. Financial risks in business are much more significant than the risk of failure in exploration from a legal standpoint. In 1997, my 5-year term of validity of a general passport was nearing its end. My complete independence and self-sufficiency, loyalty to the communist ideal, and most importantly, my visible economic and financial success irritated some of my formerly close associates in the group. When I tried to get a new passport, they did everything not to give it to me. While in China, for 2 years I waged an official lawsuit with the group, which I won only in the spring of 1999. For the past 2 years, I have not had any valid passport of the Russian Federation in China, and I had to certify my identity and citizenship before foreign authorities with my old diplomatic passport of the USSR. the DK series, withdrawn from service in the Russian Federation back in 1992, with this passport from 1997 to 1999 abroad. I was a recognized citizen of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, and in this capacity I left China on business to Vietnam, the Czech Republic, Singapore, and South Africa. It didn't bother me at all. On the contrary, I was even proud of the fact that in 1999 the great Soviet power was still represented abroad by one official legal entity, the National Bank of the USSR. The name did not change, since this bank remained the assignee of Soviet debts, and, apparently, by one official individual, me. After I openly won the lawsuit, my comrades in arms continued to fight me in the shadows and leaked the information to the Chinese that I actually did not have a passport, and after that, the Chinese competent authorities, tired of my ambassadorial past, which they understood, and of the red Soviet status in business, which they did not understand at all, joyfully expelled me. For the Chinese authorities, my Soviet, supposedly diplomatic status and immunity, to which I did not have a legal right, but they remembered this only 7 years after the disappearance of the USSR from the political arena, was nothing more than an excuse to get rid of me. The reasons lay deeper. The decision to remove the permanent presence of Russian business from the resort in Baidahe and to close my joint venture under any pretext was made by the Chinese at a high level in Beijing as early as March 1999, and the Chinese side had no economic or other legal grounds for this. In the exhausting race of business, the Chinese pragmatically, spitting on the red idea, gave me an intermediate finish. This was the result, but to understand the motivations and specifics of the thinking and behavior of the Chinese, the process of doing business in China was much more interesting, which will be discussed later. Returning to my homeland, I was out of work for a while, and so I decided to systematize the accumulated information by writing this book. Usually, professionals don't write books. Once upon a time it's not customary, except maybe retired memoirs, and writers, as a rule, are far from the essence of the matter. There is a constant struggle going on in politics and business. Problems pile on top of each other, and victories require non-stop continuation. Only defeat gives you free time, the opportunity to rest and collect your thoughts. In relations with official science, colleagues in the current GRU and the Chinese authorities, acting alone against the system, of course, I was defeated. However, I did not lose in business. Although I was removed from it by force, I didn't lose because the main thing in business is not systemic connections, but the business and personal qualities of an individual, able to achieve results in the world of money. Of course, it is difficult to remain equally cool in the face of success and failure, but to feel successful in business, you do not need any official or public recognition, any titles, positions, awards. Here success is measured by money, how they were obtained and how many of them you have in your pocket. You yourself know, and no certificate of honor is needed to confirm this. Of course, it was written without much regard for the views generally accepted and sanctified by the authority of the current system. It is ridiculous to assume that I, Denikin, would ask L.D. Trotsky for permission to write his essays on Russian troubles. The commander-in-chief of the defeated whites wrote about his own, of course, and the scale is not the same, and the situation is different, but the analogy, I think, is appropriate. Chapter 2 Starting point over the past quarter century, China has become a paramount figure in world politics and economics. This applies not only to the People's Republic of China as a state that is already comparable in many respects to the United States of America, the undisputed leader of the second half of the 20th century. This concerns, first of all, the entire Chinese world, which includes Taiwan, Singapore, and Chinese communities all over the planet. The Chinese world already in the near future claims not only for the PRC to become the second superpower of the world like the Soviet Union once did, but it asserts a different model of human development, different from the Eurocentrism we are accustomed to. However, for the Chinese, including Chinese politicians, Russia's rejection of its own traditions was not only an expected step, corresponding, as will be shown below, to its image and designation, but it is perceived there in a completely different way. No struggle between communism and democracy, no confrontation between liberals and patriots. All these words behind the Great Wall do not make sense. The rise and fall of states are subject, like everything else in this world, not to ideological, political or economic, but to natural cyclical, even symbolic influences, and only a misunderstanding of these laws causes the non-Chinese to develop various theories stuffed with specially corrupted words. Who knows, is silent, does not argue, and who does not know, speaks, argues, proves, says the proverbial saying of the sage Lao Tzu. There is no contradiction here, because knowledge in the Chinese tradition is associated not so much with the sounding word, with speech, but with the written word, with the image of meaning, the hieroglyph. And if we compare the Book of Books of the Bible in this respect with the Chinese Book of Changes I Ching, then this comparison will reveal the equivalence of their symbolic meaning for the respective civilizations. It is possible that causal grounds will also be found for many seemingly superficial and accidental analogies between manifestations of the biblical and Chinese world order. Of course, the statement about the hieroglyphic symbolism of Chinese thinking, in contrast to the literal symbolism of biblical thinking, will only be figurative and rather rough, although fundamentally true, an approximation to the essence of the matter. A more complete picture requires the involvement of other symbolic systems, most of which, for example, the system of music, dance, or a mathematical system, are quite specific and accessible only to specialists, among whom I certainly do not include myself or my readers. Therefore, here we will have to confine ourselves to clarifying, first of all, the spatial and temporal coordinates of Chinese thinking. It's, in the terminology of Bakhtin, chronotope. The differences between the Chinese way of acting and the norms inherent in European culture are quite obvious and easy to observe, but the features of the Chinese way of thinking behind this are difficult to decipher. How many times have I had to, with all my professional knowledge and experience, throw up my hands in impotence in front of the wall of Chinese silence and not doing? How many times what the Chinese said meant nothing compared to what they left behind the scenes, and all that remained was to console himself. What do you want? They are Chinese, not British. Returning to the biblical tradition, it should be noted that the Chinese, better than any other nations, fulfilled one of the old biblical precepts given by God after the great flood to the righteous Noah, to be fruitful and multiply, to populate the earth. Other ancient civilizations, the Sumerians and Egyptians, who, like the Chinese, created ideographic writing and statehood 3,000–4,000 years ago, had already disintegrated by the beginning of our era, and the Chinese persisted and multiplied, assimilating everyone who came into contact with them. Modern India also has 1 billion people, but does not form a single civilization. 12 religions and 18 major languages in India is not a Chinese cultural and ethnic monolith. It is little known that modern Chinese are dominated by one, second, blood type, and genetically any incest with the Chinese produces a Chinese. Until now, there is only one ethnically expressed group of half-Chinese Macanese living in the former Portuguese colony of Macau. Portuguese blood is strong. A Negro with a Chinese immediately gives a Chinese, and even the Jews, who since ancient times have kept their tribes all over the world, yield to the power of Chinese blood. The only Jewish community that appeared in Kaifeng in the 19th century completely settled in 3 generations, and rabbis, who consider anyone born a Jewish woman a Jew, make an exception for children from Chinese fathers and do not recognize them as Jews. In fairness, I should note that in 1999 in Hong Kong in the Furama Hotel on the 6th floor, I saw a functioning synagogue, which was attended by Jews of Chinese appearance, and only a Jew can be a Jew. Give me a point of support and I will turn the world upside down. According to legend, Archimedes once said, conceiving this book and in need of a foothold for understanding how the world is turned upside down in the Chinese tradition, I drew attention to the compass, a purely Chinese invention, invented over 2000 years ago, 2nd century BC, recognized and accepted by the whole world for use. It is known that in Chinese a compass is an arrow pointing to the south, although in all other nations it points to the north. Such an obvious opposition in the spatial orientation of thinking is usually not given serious significance and, in my opinion, completely in vain. China's self-name is Zhongguo, Middle State. China for the Chinese is the unconditional navel of the earth. Already as the greatest ethnic monolith of the planet, China may well consider itself a natural center of reference for the whole world. What he, however, does, but for completely different, and no less solid, reasons. Another picture of the world. If China is the center, then the rest of the world will be the outskirts. This is how the Chinese perceive this division. Zone Y. When I set up a joint venture at a resort in Baidahe, for me it was a Sino-Russian venture. That is how I called him in communication with the Chinese, and those verbally and in writing stubbornly called it the middle marginal, each time avoiding the meaning of Russian. The translation of a pair of Zone Y into languages U200B U200 with alphabetic writing, of course, will be translated abstractly and conceptually, Chinese foreign, but for the Chinese themselves, behind the pictorial hieroglyph of Zone, is a representation united into a symbol, center, middle, not sounds and letters, but the picture of the hieroglyph only with the readings on tools. The Chinese thought precisely to this specific symbolic meaning. Looking closely at the names of other joint ventures, I noticed that in all foreign languages joint ventures were called Chinese American, French, German and others, with the obligatory indication of the name of the country of the foreign founder, in Chinese, instead of the name of the country, officially and unofficially. The same meaning for all cases was used. Y, external, alien, peripheral, foreign. The bifurcation of a single legal entity of a joint venture in the names of the countries of its founders among the Chinese has a middle marginal meaning. In fact, the division into their civilization of the center and an alien civilization of the neighborhood. So China is the center. Further from the center in the neighborhood is the inner circle of countries that have found a clear symbolic meaning in Chinese hieroglyphic names. Below I give only a detailed commentary on the halo of the meanings of the hieroglyphic symbols used in the Chinese names of the countries of the world in accordance with the meanings of the hieroglyphs in the dictionaries Kangxi, Qihai and a dictionary edited by I. M. Oshanin. to the left of the center, if you face south, are the land of the rising sun, Jibin, Japan, and the land of morning come, Chaoseon, Korea. At its zenith, the sun shines over the middle state itself, Zhongguo, China. The maximum of heat and light goes to the country of the extreme south, Yunnan, formerly Annan, Vietnam, and the flourishing abundant state, Taiguo, Thailand, located outside the middle. Then follow distant possessions, Myeongdaeon, Burma, state of heavenly faith Buddhism, dissolved in the sincere, natural folk beliefs of Hinduism, Tionshugo, India, and the western fount of true, intact, spiritual values, Sitsan, Tibet. In the northwest, the middle state is covered by the western frontier, Xiu, Turkestan, which is now called the New Frontier, Xinjiang, and in the north is the ancient country of the setting pre-dawn moon, Dark Antiquity, Manwai, Mongolia. Beyond the outlying countries of the circle closest to the center is the far outskirts of the world, inhabited by peoples already completely alien to the center. Among these peoples, only 5 great powers were awarded the title of state, Go, with a semantic and hieroglyphically fixed name. To the left of the center are overseas devils, Yangui, who arrived in China from the sea. They are also devils from the outskirts, Waigui, in hieroglyphic meanings symbols, a single picture of the West, overseas devils from the outskirts of the world. Among well-read Chinese, apparently, looks like this, from the individual onslaught of males selected in mind and energy, Ingo, the state of outstanding talent, England, through a written law ordering personal needs, Fogo, the state of the logic of the law, France, and a good order with a moral impact by personal example, Digo, the state of moral example, Germany, to prosperity in a beautiful, hasty, tasty country of emigrants, Mygo, beautiful state, USA. By the way, the Iberian civilization, which colonized all of South and Central America, nevertheless, was not awarded the title of Go by the Chinese. True, Portugal, which created the colony of Macau in the Chinese South 3 centuries before British Hong Kong, is literally called the country of great connoisseurs, Pagoi, and this is true. Such a specific meaningfulness of the name places overseas Portugal in the Chinese hierarchical system of the world immediately after the symbolic meanings of the states awarded the title of Go. To the right of the center, on the far outskirts of the land, live peoples under the general name turned into themselves, Hizu, Muslims, and state of surprises drag and instantaneous changes, Ego, Russia. All other transcendental peoples of the title Go, state, or meaningful and understandable for the Chinese names of their countries did not deserve, and therefore are called sound meaningless transcription. With the loss of historical greatness, the meaning of the name and title of Go in the 20th century was lost first by India, and after 1991, by the new Russia. But now the title of Go has been awarded to Japan. The hieroglyphs Jiban Go are inscribed on the gates of the Japanese embassy in Beijing, and South Korea. Since the 90s it has been denoted by the ancient hieroglyphic name Hongo, given to this country by the Chinese back in the days of the first sea expedition of Qin Shi Huang. Schematically, the picture of the world in Chinese can be drawn as follows: See Fig. 1, North, Rice. 1. Chinese picture of the world offers reconstruction. As you can see, this geography does not just invert the projections of the Earth's surface that are familiar to us according to Mercator, it qualitatively differs from them precisely in the presence of a central sweet point, the presence of a middle state of Zhongguo, and not an axis that conditionally passes through the zero Greenwich meridian. that is, the picture of the world in Chinese does not at all imply the existence of a bipolar or, even more so, multipolar world, and China in it is not at all a shining city on a hill, as President Reagan imagined the embodiment of the American dream, not even a sea that absorbs all rivers. Its ideal function is different. This is a kind of center of gravity, relative to which all the outskirts must be balanced. Indeed, in the Chinese understanding, the right-wing, traditional, totalitarian East, a billion of the total population of Russia and the Muslim world, is balanced by the golden billion of the left-wing, invariant, liberal West. There are other spatio-temporal axes of balance passing through China and carrying a direct geopolitical meaning. However, this cannot be understood outside of time, as the Chinese tradition interprets it. Other times the rampant fashion for Eastern horoscopes, which arose in the Soviet Union with the beginning of perestroika, made available to our compatriots the outer side of the traditional Chinese calendar, Yin-Yang Li, Xiali, 60-year cycle. The concepts of Year of the Dragon or Year of the Rat have firmly entered even the Philistine lexicon, but, of course, the inner meaning of this unique system of chronology continues to be practically unknown and misunderstood. All other countries of the world, except China and 2 or 3 other countries of the inner circle that use the Chinese calendar, use time systems based on the natural periodicity of the movements of celestial bodies visible to the eye, the moon, the sun and the stars. According to Plato, the eyes open the number, the astronomical logic, of the equinoxes and solstices, is visible, but the length of the day, the rotation of the earth around its axis, months, the revolution of the moon around the earth, and the year, the revolution of the earth around the sun, do not correlate with each other as whole numbers. The heavenly spheres do not lend themselves to earthly symmetry and rest against an infinite irrational number n. Therefore, in the calculation of astronomical time, it is necessary to make inserts, for the sun, add days in leap years, for the moon, additional months. Both the solar calendar from the Nativity of Christ, based on the ancient Egyptian, and the Muslim lunar calendar from the flight of the Prophet Muhammad from Mecca to Medina, and the lunisolar calendars of the Jews, ancient Babylonians, Greeks, Romans, all contain artificial additives in linear time calculation. The Chinese traditional calendar, on the other hand, does not have a natural astronomical, but a settlement symbolic basis, where the natural cycles of the sun and moon are used only to determine the start of the reckoning, determining the first day of the new year, the beginning of the dynasty. The traditional calendar as a whole from the second new moon after the winter solstice, Zhengshao around February. The yin-yang calendar of the Chinese is a mathematical conjugation of the natural asymmetry of the mismatched durations of the astronomical cycles of the sun and the moon, celestial circle, with the symbols of the natural symmetry of the seasons and cardinal points, the Earth's square. The Chinese time system is not linear. The succession of years unites circles of exactly 60 years in each. The step of the cycle unites 3 generations of 20 years, because grandfathers, children and grandchildren live in the family at the same time. This is the natural size of family happiness, joy for offspring and reverence for parents. This non-linearity of the sense of time among the Chinese, it is not the duration that is measured, but the order of the sequence, is extremely important for understanding the specifics of Chinese thinking. Thus, the year with the number 2000 from the Nativity of Christ in the Chinese cycle is designated by the ordinal number Zhengchen and carries the symbolic meanings of the white metal element dragon. The previous Chinese year of the white dragon with the same number Zhengchen from the birth of Christ was 1940, and even earlier 1880, 1820, 1760, 1700, etc. In this example, it is important to note once again that the chronology is from the birth of Christ using numbers with the meaning of direct linear increase, translational movement, but in the Chinese cycle there are no numbers, and the years follow in the order of numbers, without increasing in number. Similarly, in the grammar of the Chinese language there is no linear division of the category of tense into past, present and future. It is necessary to either add the words yesterday, today, tomorrow on purpose, or mention some dates or names of actors from history, and officially, to record the past, the reign motto is required. Chinese history is recorded in detail based on the mottos of the reign of emperors, because cyclic signs are an order without an increase in number, and orientation in the time of the past is possible only according to the mottos of the reign, that is, the binding of the 60-year cycle, which does not have a through numbering, is done not by a number, but by the image of a historical person, the emperor. So, for example, Mao Zedong was born on the 19th day of the 11th moon of the summer Sea, black water element snake, in the 19th year of the imperial reign under the motto Guangxu, brilliant heritage, which corresponds to December 23, 1893 AD. If the motto of the reign is not indicated, then the year of the black snake is both 1833 and 1953, and so on into the past and future in the period 60 along the timeline from AD. It is noteworthy that all modern Chinese periodicals, including all newspapers published in hieroglyphics for the Chinese in Moscow, necessarily contain the date of the traditional calendar to pair the text with Chinese history, and the date from the Nativity of Christ in them pairs the cycles of Chinese history with world events. The tendency of the Chinese people to record everything that happens and the extremely historical self-awareness of the Chinese is apparently explained precisely by the cyclical perception of time. Antiquity has not disappeared anywhere, it has simply changed. It is noteworthy that the Confucian tradition also believes that the plan of the way of heaven, Tao, is recorded precisely in Chongqiu, spring and autumn, a brief chronicle of the political events of the kingdom of Lu, recorded by Confucius himself, and not at all in the text of the Book of Changes and Qin. To search history for the key to the truth, this is the most characteristic feature of the Chinese world outlook, and historical examples are more important for the Chinese than the teachings of the sages. Watching time in Chinese means facing the already perfect and with your back to the upcoming, expected, and next time means to take a step down, Xiaozai, with the left shoulder forward in this position. Xia, down, also has a meaning to the left, for example, a less honorable place to the left of the host with the protocol. Clockwise, seating of guests at the table, the most honored guest sits down to the right of the host, occupying, as it were, a higher position in relation to the head of the table. What preceded in the Chinese mind is above and in front, on the right hand, and what follows is below and behind, on the left hand. Last year is Shen Yuan, and the year before last is Qian Yuan, the next year is Xian Yuan, and 2 years later, Hun Yuan. The future from this position is coming, and the Chinese have nowhere to rush in this world. The wish for a happy journey in Chinese means move more slowly, measuredly, sedately, and bon appetit means eat more slowly, take your time. The danger warning, the Chinese road sign attention, is not a Western call to increase vigilance, or an order to stop, but a Chinese instruction to slow down first. White hieroglyph man on a red background, and only then look around, and then act, get up completely, accelerate or maneuver. Such a sense of time by the Chinese and the step-by-moment nature of their actions are very specific. another look, other elements in Chinese, the previous one is on top, Shen, and the next one is on the bottom, Xia. Tomorrow is expressed by the meaning of the next morning. When the moon leaves, the sun will rise and light, Min, will be born. The same thing that will come later, after tomorrow, later, coming in one, is expressed by the meaning from behind, from the rear, who, and what happened before, on the contrary, is in the foreground, expressed by the meaning from the front, Pion. Clearly, such a picture takes place in Chinese landscapes with aerial perspective, where the point of observation of a person in height is located somewhere in the middle, between sky-high heights, celestial pattern, and abysses of water, distances of mountains, expanses of plains, terrestrial relief. Moving a person from a higher point of observation to a lower one hides from the field of view a part of what is in the background, leaves a part of the known beyond the horizon. The unknown, which is outside the field of view of the observer, is located below and behind. In the specifics of Chinese thinking, the return of a person to the past, as well as the rise up with his back to the mountain, from which the aerial perspective opens, is impossible. Descent down the steep mountain is possible only backwards. Moving to the lower level of observation brings closer, enlarges the details, adds the future. The peoples on the outskirts of China have a different, linear perspective. For example, in the paintings of Western and Russian artists, the point of observation of a person is on the ground with an infinite linear expansion of space into the distance and upwards. The past is behind and below in the mists of time, and the future is ahead and above at the highest stage of development. Moving a person to the next point of observation will be a step forward facing the still unknown in the senses, not covered by vision. With each step forward, the unknown becomes known and the horizon recedes. The future is leaving the earthly position of observation. This creates an incentive for human activity, makes you hurry in this life, sets you in motion. In the circulation of time, the greatest circumferential speed of being will be among the peoples inhabiting the neighborhoods farthest from the center. In the near suburbs, the rate of change is less than in the far ones, and in the center the speed of being is the smallest. Life revolves on the screw of time around the center. The acceleration vector of all things is decomposed into tangential, centrifugal and centripetal acceleration. The first pushes the being to the outskirts, and the second gradually draws it into the center. The center, China, soothes and absorbs, digests and assimilates everything that drags on. At the same time, the perfect and expected spaces in the surroundings line up in an inclined line oriented, like a compass needle, from north to south, with a declination to the left. The imaginary diameter of the circumference of the land Lujin, among the Chinese is precisely the stretch from north to south, taking into account the declination, approximately from Altai through the middle state to Australia. The highest antiquity, Shangu, is located above the center, Shan, under the point of the new moon, in the north, where Mongolia is, or further, where the first day of the first moon of the reckoning, permafrost, dinosaur graveyard, antiquity, Gu, the expected, therefore, is located in the south and below. This is how another axis of balance is formed, the decrepit, obese north and the developing, lean south. The circle is a symbol of the sky, a symbol of eternity, and he is the main figure in the spatio-temporal arrangement of the world in Chinese. The space-time system is formed by elements and their interconnections. For the Chinese, space is formed by 5 elements Wuxin. The word elements in Greek means elements, fundamental energies of the cosmos. Among the Chinese, the elements overcome each other in a ring and, in order of overpowering, are allegorically correlated with the names of the following elements: wood, soil, water, fire, metal, wood. The elements conditionally occupy the four cardinal points and the center. The turn of time starts from the tree, east, blue, goes to the fire, south, red. It passes the central position occupied by the soil, earth, as the element that carries the meaning of dust, the beginning and end of all things. The color is yellow, and then continues through metal, west, white, to water, north, black. The element of air is absent in the Chinese tradition. This is how Chinese time moves in a spiral, repeating 60-year cycles of the traditional calendar, from top to bottom, with a right-hand thread, scalar, that is, as if in steps, having a numerical graduation, a scale, scrolling, one step down, alternately 5 elements in there too, heavenly and earthly, states gives 10 6-term periods of the heavenly stems and 12 5-term periods of the earthly branches. The trunks are indicated only by abstract cyclic signs that carry the naked meaning of the serial number of succession, which is not associated with anything on earth, and the branches, in addition to the cyclic signs, are symbolized by the names of animals and are endowed with meaningful qualities. For non-Chinese, the number is still linear, as it is indicated by a number or letter of the alphabet in ascending order of the number. So, for example, among Europeans, the numbering of auditorium seats in a row follows sequentially from left to right in ascending order of number from 1. Among the Chinese, even the linear numbering of seats in a row in numbers follows from 1 in the center in different directions, not in ascending order, but in order of distance from the center, odd numbers to the left, and even numbers to the right. What about the orientation in the dual hypostasis of the 5 elements? The position of the north-south line, as well as the location to the right and left of it, always remains unchanged. The earthly orientation is kept within the boundaries of the near circle, and the heavenly one refers to the outskirts of the far circle. So, if you stand naturally on earth with your head up facing the south, then the west will be on the right, Tibet, Turkestan, and the east will be on the left, Japan, Korea. This is how the outskirts of the inner circle are seen from the middle by the Chinese. But if you spread your gaze to the far outskirts, then you will have, without turning over your shoulder, to look at it as if from heaven, which means head down, facing the north, approximately as the equipment of surveillance satellites sees the Earth from orbit, flying over China. In this position, the West will be already on the left, all Western overseas devils, and the East is on the right, Russia and all Muslim countries. East is where the sun rises from, only at mid-latitudes, already on the Solovetsky Islands in the White Sea, 160 kilometers from the Arctic Circle. In early July, the sun sets and immediately rises. In the north, in the Sepola Sea and Khatanga, there is already an eternal day in summer under the non-setting sun, which describes spirals. With such a view from the Celestial Empire, Japan will find itself together with the countries of the West, while Russia will be in the East, which is manifested in real Chinese politics. To call it geopolitics would be only partly true. Rather, it is the celestial politics of the 5 elements. In the Sepola Sea and Khatanga, there is already an eternal day in summer under the non-setting sun, which describes spirals. With such a view from the Celestial Empire, Japan will find itself together with the countries of the West, while Russia will be in the East, which is manifested in real Chinese politics. To call it geopolitics would be only partly true. Rather, it is the celestial politics of the 5 elements. In the Sepola Sea and Khatanga, summer is already eternal day under the non-setting sun, which describes spirals. With such a view from the Celestial Empire, Japan will find itself together with the countries of the West, while Russia will be in the East, which is manifested in real Chinese politics. To call it geopolitics would be only partly true. Rather, it is the celestial politics of the five elements. The fact that the Chinese see the far outskirts precisely with the celestial orientation is enshrined in the names. New World, America is the Western mainland, Sidalu, and the Old World, Eurasia is the Eastern mainland, Dundalu. In other languages known to me, there are no such meanings in names. Both the Earth and the celestial sphere have only two poles, north and south. There is no east or west pole. In relation to Europe, America is the west, but in relation to America, Russia is also the west. In purely geographical terms, it is impossible to describe the boundary between them. In the course of history, every numerous people inhabiting the distant environs of the Celestial Empire, from time to time believed that the axis of the world passes through it, and the area of U200B possession was the center of calm, beyond which barbarism and chaos reigned. Rice. 2. Cycles of Chinese life, time, space, elements, reconstruction of the author, explanations in the text. In the Chinese picture of the world, any nation represents not the axis, but the spoke of the wheel of history, and like a needle that closes on the Chinese navel of the earth, each marginal people can consider itself located in the middle in relation to its western and eastern neighbors, occupy a middle position between them. The geopolitical doctrines of the German Middle Europe, Russia heartland, American Atlanticism, set forth, for example, by Alexander Dugin in the book Fundamentals of Geopolitics, do not strongly contradict the Chinese picture of the division of forces on the outskirts. They are only built with an orientation to the north, painted from the position of a linear ground perspective, and therefore have a conditional center of history, shifted in relation to China somewhere in Siberia, approximately where the Chinese have the highest antiquity, Shangu, and all these circumstances, in my opinion, are the writing now, having clarified for ourselves the main differences between the Chinese picture of space and time in which the action takes place, and the Western chronotope. We may be able to understand some of the basic principles of this action, and here we need to once again return to the hieroglyphic Chinese thinking, taking this statement as a working hypothesis. Hieroglyphic writing, preserved from ancient times and up to the present only by the Chinese, has, in comparison with alphabetic and syllabic writing, a number of features. First of all, it is the discreteness, nonlinearity, of hieroglyphs in the text, the integrity and immutability of their composition. Although there are different spellings of the same hieroglyph, called variations, they are also recorded in dictionaries, and they themselves are also unchanged. The total number of Chinese characters, the base of the code, reaches 50,000. In the well-known dictionary Kangxi, 42,174 characters, but only 47,000 are in modern use. It is worth comparing this variety with 33 letters of the Russian alphabet or 28 of the Latin alphabet in order to understand what a huge differentiating ability the hieroglyphic code has, and this, in turn, provides a clear fixation of the most complex mental structures in a concise manner. It is no coincidence that the well-known mathematician and philosopher Leibniz, 1646–1716, on the basis of the analytically motivated expression of representations in hieroglyphs, recognized hieroglyphic writing as more perfect than letter writing. Moreover, the very doctrine of Leibniz about monads, without which modern quantum mechanics could hardly have taken place, bears a clear imprint of hieroglyphics. However, this is a separate topic, which is discussed below, without which modern quantum mechanics could hardly have taken place, bears a clear imprint of hieroglyphics. However, this is a separate topic, which is discussed below, without which modern quantum mechanics could hardly have taken place, bears a clear imprint of hieroglyphics. However, this is a separate topic, which is discussed below. Further, the hieroglyph is not associated with the sound, but with the meaning of the word, that is, the graphic and sound signs are independent of each other when encoding information. This is what makes hieroglyphic writing the only practical means of fixing the same meanings, both for all dialects of the Chinese language, and for Japanese, Koreans and, less often, Vietnamese using Chinese characters. For example, the hieroglyph L means man. At the same time, in the pronunciation of a Beijing, it is read Ran, for a Shanghainese, Ning, for a Shandong, Yin, for a Cantonese, Yan, for a Japanese, Hito, Chinese reading in Japan, Jin, for the Korean, Saram, the Vietnamese, Nei, hence, for the internal semantic connections of the Chinese language, it is not the etymology of the sounding word that is much more important, but the etymology of hieroglyphics, the visual writing of one or another meaning. This is most clearly seen in the example of classical Chinese poetry. The Chinese gave the world a whole galaxy of the greatest masters of the word. Chinese poetry has captured with its charms the minds and hearts of various Eastern peoples who have joined Chinese civilization, but it remains almost completely inaccessible to other scripts and languages due to the nature of the analytical designation of representations in hieroglyphic writing, which is independent of sound speech. The French writer Claude Roy writes, "Everything that an ideogram only suggests with a thin sketch, a stroke, the translator must convey in a word. We are given a visual image, a receptacle overflowing with meanings and allusions, accentuated by the peculiarities of the language, and the translator replaces it with an abstract word. We are shown a living tree with a mighty crown, with intertwining symbols of its branches, with foliage turning green with omissions. The translator tries to give an idea of all this with the help of a roughly hewn pillar, and here is the opinion of the outstanding Russian sinologist and remarkable translator, academician B.M. Alexeyev. It's a paradox, but Chinese poetry has no connection with audible speech, and only Bourgeoisie sometimes achieves this exceptional effect when the verse is understandable by ear. And further, any translation of a Chinese literary text of the ancient way is already doomed to failure in the sense of inevitable simplification in the translation of the original, which is not simplified in the nature of things. Thus, until now, Chinese fine literature is inaccessible to us. In other words, Chinese poetry is not spoken, but seen. It is oriented towards visual rather than auditory associations, a thing not only impossible, but also unimaginable for European poetry. It should be emphasized that the graphics of the hieroglyphs are line, stroke and spot, dot, the rhythm of unequal repetitions of their inclinations, bends and gaps, as well as non-linearity with the two-dimensional, left to right and top to bottom, arrangement, creates an independent artistic expressiveness, emotional perception and, through the compositions of graceful black-on-white silhouettes unfolding on a plane, introduces an aesthetic moment into the transfer of meanings. A calligrapher's brush stroke can be broad, restrained, impetuous, slow, confident, or timid. A free and unconstrained line that seems to flow, slowly and for a long time, until it comes to a natural conclusion, evokes a feeling of calm, majestic beauty. Lines, sometimes breaking into spots or blots, then powerlessly fading away. Small strokes breaking at corners, on the contrary, convey a state of inner tragedy, confusion, mental discord and suffering. Of course, such an effect when using letter writing is not only impossible to achieve, it is absent in principle. In other words, the world of hieroglyphic thinking is extremely discrete, extremely detailed, consists of visual and practically indivisible atoms of meaning that interact with each other, sometimes not at all clinging linearly and directly to each other, as it inevitably happens in thinking, using alphabetic or syllabic writing, but so together loci of meanings, thoughts, that seem to be remote from each other and thereby designate their belonging to similar phases of different, but similar to each other, cycles or turns of movement. Here we can draw an analogy with how the van der Waals bonds of amino acids are sewn together into a double helix by a DNA molecule, and we will have to return to this analogy more than once. That is, the discreteness of Chinese hieroglyphic thinking is inevitably supplemented by a wave continuity of changes, which is fully evidenced by the I Ching. For Western thinking, this side of the world was first discovered at the beginning of the 20th century by the efforts of the creators of quantum mechanics, who postulated the dual, corpuscular wave nature of light and everything that exists in the universe. Other calculus, the decimal system of numbers, fundamental to all modern science, first arose in China on the basis of finger counting. An example of the use of the decimal system in ancient China is an inscription dating from the 13th century BC, in which 547 days are indicated as 500 plus 4 tenths plus 7 days. Obviously, the decimal system was invented much earlier. However, along with the decimal system, the Chinese also use an even earlier binary system, with the meaning of even, odd. In the decimal system, numbers are expressed with 10 digits. Chinese numerals start with the odd 1 character and end with the even 10 character, and the modern non-Chinese decimal number system, like the digital series, begins with 0, even, and ends with 9, odd. The Chinese do not have numbers, a special curly badge, with the symbol 0, to convey the numerical meaning of the smallest even fraction. There is the character lin with the meaning 0, as a derivative association with the raindrop, which is both separate and the smallest, but also divisible into sprays. This discrepancy between the beginning of the decimal numerical series for the Chinese, from 1, and non-Chinese, from 0, is the fundamental difference between the opposites of zone y, without understanding which one cannot understand the nature of Chinese specificity. In the binary system, each number is expressed using 2 digits. In modern computer technology, these are the Arabic numerals 0 and 1, with one of the number ideas, even and odd. In the ancient Chinese tradition, the same is the broken and solid lines. A considerable time after the appearance of these universal symbols, they were compared with names, namely, the narrowed, but also symbolic meaning of this binary scheme was fixed by hieroglyphs, respectively yin and yang. The pictorial ideography of yin is a cloud at the present moment, that is, the idea of a force that periodically obscures the light, the essence of darkness, a cold snap derived from it, etc. The ideography of yang is the sun that casts rays, the idea of light, the action of heat, etc. P.O. is forked, parity, symmetry, balance, qualitative unity of opposites, attraction, inhibition, dead point, rest, non-doing, soft, empty, lack of stimulus and reaction, no, negative, passivity, reactive potential, absorption, contemplation, quality of life, bodily, the power of yin. One is a single, odd symmetry negation, balance shift, impulse, repulsion, acceleration, generation, movement, overcoming, solid, field, the presence of a stimulus and reaction, yes, positive, activity, impulse, selection, doing, business success, spiritual, the power of yang, arithmetic symbols, numbers, can briefly but deeply replace logical concepts, words. All cybernetics is built on this, the main ideas of which were outlined by Norbert Wiener, 1884–1964. In his opinion, the processes of control and communication in machines, living organisms and societies are completely similar, analogous. What they have in common is that they proceed as processes of transmission, storage and processing of information. Information is nothing more than a variety of signals, signs, messages, etc. If we ignore the specific material of the sign, the sound of speech, the number or letter of the letter, electromagnetic vibrations of electrical means of communication, etc., then the signal is a choice between two or more values. Therefore, a general theory of control and communication is possible, which Wiener called cybernetics. 1948. Mathematical logic plays a huge role in cybernetics. It deals with operations on symbols that represent propositions that can only be said to be true, yes, or false, no. In the language of mathematical logic, 1. There is some affirmation, yes, and 0, some negation, no. It is important to understand that 0 and 1 are in contrast to each other, but do not constitute an opposite, because they are not equal. The classification per yin-yang, and most clearly in its numerical incarnation, corresponds to the algebra of George Boole, 1815–1864, an English mathematician, one of the founders of mathematical logic. This branch of mathematics does not deal with the symbols of a numbers, but with the ideas of quantities, as a rule, denoted by letters. Here, in the symbolic language of calculus, the operations of the mind are expressed with the concepts truth, yes, and falsehood, no. 3 operations are possible with them: negation, not, addition, or, and multiplication, and all quantitative values of symbols are reduced by Boole to 2 unequal 0 and 1, or, in other words, elements have only 2 quantitative values, 0, even, and 1, odd. Recall that in the Book of Changes, the elements, the 5 elements, are reduced to 2 values of yin, 0, even, and yang, 1, odd. We read in the canon of Confucius, 5 elements formed from the binary yin and yang intersect in space between heaven and earth. The elements have a ring structure of the relationship of overcoming, the essence of overpowering. Since yin and yang are forces, wood overcomes soil, soil overcomes water, water overcomes fire, fire overcomes metal, metal overcomes wood, and in the algebra of logic, Boolean ring is an algebra with equality and a special element 0 in a 2-point closed chain, 0, 1, in which there is one place negation operation, replacement for, by, and 2 operations with 2 objects, addition and multiplication, 00011.01110, 00011001111. The difference with the usual arithmetic addition of the numbers 0 and 1 in Boole is only in the following equality: 110, odd even. Among the Chinese, the natural number series begins with 1, a single odd centered, and therefore in the system of yin, yang and the 5 elements it consistently closes in a ring. The 1 is not broken. For modern Europeans, the number series begins with 0, broken even, divisible in half, and therefore makes up a line, 2 ends, of positive and negative numbers. The essence of the equality, 110, which is different from arithmetic, requires explanation. To do this, imagine an electrical circuit where buttons A and B are connected in parallel. Then the current will flow and the lamp will light up if A is closed, or B is closed, or both are closed. to connect the ends of the two potentials and means to close the electrical circuit, to get even from two odds at the same time. By pressing two buttons at the same time, we will get not twice as much, but the same quantitative result. The circuit will close, an electric current of the same strength will flow into the light bulb and it will light up, as if we pressed only one button. The same in letters, AU003DA, where the sum of 2 is not equal to 2A, but the same A. In this scheme, a reasonable person is not a unity of opposites, C, PU003D0, but the sum of an earthly mirror couple O with a heavenly beginning, Holy Spirit. The movement specifies the addition of 1 to 0, 0, 1, 1. Multiplication is a sequential circuit of switches, when the light is on only if both the first and the second B switches are pressed. The same in letters, A, where the product is not a square A, as in ordinary algebra. Negation will be such a logical operation, as a result of which another statement, not A, is obtained from a given statement, A, or a complete change, ordered change, when the polarities are reversed, yin to yang and vice versa. In traditional and mathematical logic, the denial of falsehood is tantamount to truth, and the denial of truth is tantamount to falsehood. Ni yin is the power of yang, and ni yang is the power of yin. There is a complete replacement of 0 and 1. The successive mutual overcoming of the elements one after another is a ring of deductions, erasures and cessations of the previous one. Since yin and yang are forces, it is legitimate to compare them with physical quantities of numerical value, direction and point of application. The power of yang movement, repeated in antiphase twice, gives balance, 1 1 0. The power of yin absorption, repeated twice, also gives balance, 0 0 0. In equilibrium, change arises from overcoming dual equivalence by a third force, that is, 0 0, 1 1 or 1 1, 0 0, and this is an extremely important point for understanding the principles of the Chinese way of thinking and the way of acting in general. Other logic in the Chinese commentary tradition of the I Ching, the understanding of the nature of the yin-yang pair is not reduced to any dual antagonistic entities. They do not express any struggle of opposites. Yin and yang are a symbol of polarity, a pair of emblems representing a whole range of contrasting sides of things, a pair of labels that allows for a binary classification, to separate, to spread everything that exists under two rubrics, to divide everything and everything into two over and over again. So, rest, which seems to be uniquely correlated with yin, and movement, correlated with yang, can be divided into two again. In yang, calmness is concentration, movement is directness. In yin, peace is closure, movement is breadth. In European logic, movement is life, and rest is death. In Chinese logic, on the contrary, yang, movement, as hard corresponds to death, and yin, calm, as soft corresponds to life. True, it should be noted here that in the Christian doctrine, bodily death correlates with the union of the soul with the divine light, that light, and not darkness, and the Chinese yang, combining the meanings of death and light, does not contradict this. The same is with yin, which combines the meanings of life and darkness, because the darkness of the first day of creation in Christianity expresses the uterine mystery of fertility, the principle of the mystery of life, the mystery inherent in the earth and the womb. Yin and yang keep changing, seeds, hard and dry, yang, return to the soil through the right fruit. Out of death, a sprout of life will certainly arise again, soft and moist. Yin, when a tree dies, it is strong and dry again. Yang, according to the criterion of contrast, yin is feminine, and yang is masculine. but in order to avoid confusion with the images of gender that appear behind the marks F and M in further constructions of the mind with the symbols of yin-yang, odd even, the hieroglyph Kan with the pictorial meaning of the potential energy of soil fertility is specially used for the female earthly principle and for the masculine celestial principle, the character Kion with the ideographic meaning of the kinetic energy emanating from the sun. Thus, the essence of Tao, in the Bible, God, is indefinable neither in affirmations nor in denials, through the phenomenon of Ki. 1. In the Bible, the Spirit of God appears in two forms of Yang and Yin, unlike European dialectical pairs, essence and phenomenon, content and form. In the Chinese logic of finding the third, essence and phenomenon together constitute the content of the, always presented in one form or another. Essence appears in form. Two forms of yin and yang from the external visible side represent the content. One or another connection of elements energies by the T algorithm, and the five connected elements themselves, the essence of the content, are the manifestation, the discovery, the descent to us of an invisible and indefinable essence in their energies. The energies in which Tao manifests itself outside are, as it were, the all-penetrating rays of essence, but not the eternal omnipresence itself. Vector forces, yin and yang, form omnidirectional energies, five elements. Each element or energy, contains both yang and yin, but to varying degrees. Yang elements, fire and wood, yin, water and metal, balances the soil, correlated, as shown above, with China proper. Zongo, Tao gives birth to 1, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, 3 gives birth to 10,000 things. Daodijin, 42, that is, through the two forms of yin and yang, the following substance arises, is formed. 2. Male and female principles, Kion and Kan. 2. Penetrated by Ki, gives rise to 3. Non-equilibrium proportionality, heaven earth man. 3 gives birth to 10,000 things, that is, all things. In other words, the spirit of Shi, an impulse, generates numbers, then forms arise, and after the forms elements and all real things arise, hence the fundamental trinity, or, to put it better, the trinity of Chinese logic, which is completely atypical for the European, Western ratio with its principle of the excluded middle. For the Chinese, though one splits in two, but change follows through the combination of not two, but three forces. Therefore, the whole Chinese logic consists in finding and attracting a third force in the face of a clear confrontation between the two sides. When the active force opposing you is equal to or greater than yours, then in Chinese it will be correct not to build up translational frontal resistance, but to succumb, to show not strength, but to give slack. By creating a third rotational moment, make a concession initially in the same direction where the enemy is bending, but in the course of the rotation, intercept the vector of the opposing force and turn the sum of forces in the direction opposite to the enemy, or, at worst, take the counter force to a safe place, and in a passive, stalemate situation of Chinese non-doing, any third force should be involved. Anyway, an intermediary interested in you or even your competitor, just to shift the symmetry, turn the cycle off the ground. The cycles of activity and the sinusoids of their periods can always be decomposed into combinations of 3 and 6 forces in order to use them to make a strategic forecast of the development of the situation for the Chinese side. And if the calculation of forces is impossible or doubts persist after the analysis of unreliable data, then in order to compare doubtful conclusions regarding the prospects, one can turn to an impartial impersonal oracle, that is, to the canon of changes, I Ching, and then think about fixing names, asymmetric response. But to start practical work with the Chinese, you need to carefully analyze not so much what is 1, yang, what the Chinese declare, but from isolating what is not, yin, and explaining why it is not. Indeed, among the Chinese, the future is coming. You need to hurry slowly, which means a little something wrong. The position that the Chinese will naturally take will be yin. The European will intuitively seek and take the position of yang. For him time is running out and you have to hurry, for the rational extraction of benefits based on the method described, that is, 0011 or 1100. An exact alignment of all forces, both active and passive, is needed. This is the difficulty of correct calculation. As is known, the natural connection of phenomena studied by science is such that it can be expressed with the help of mathematical formulas, and thanks to these latter the very course of phenomena can be predicted. In business, this commitment of the Chinese mind to looking for a third party to decide things in their favor is expressed in their desire, a little bit wrong, to act through an intermediary. With the appearance of an intermediary, a bundle of three forces is formed, in which the Chinese are guided by the call of the heart and by the voice of the blood, and therefore achieve exceptional efficiency. The winning result here is largely determined by the fact that the confrontation of forces is transferred from even to odd, where the law works, which the Western brain, as a rule, ignores, and this law is as follows. 1. Even quantitatively smaller, third force, still active or passive, nevertheless pulls to its side in a bundle a quantitatively clearly larger sum of two other forces put together, but opposite in sign to it. So, a passive position draws two active positions and turns the whole situation in its favor and vice versa. This cycle of change principle is represented in the three-phase traction electric motor. In non-Chinese logic, on the scales, the result of the action of the sum of two identical forces must always be greater than the result of the action of one opposing force, and the fact that it happens not so requires the above special illustrations on an electrical circuit with parallel switches or clarifications on the binary number system. If you do not ignore this law, written in the Chinese classical book of changes, and consciously engage in the Chinese Trinitarian standard of thinking, then many things that are unexpected in the Western logic of opposites will become clear. Some of what previously seemed random can be predicted in advance. The Chinese book of changes operates with symbols of states, presented as combinations of 3 and 6 forces. Power can be either active yang, odd, or passive yin. Even, yang is the active force of pushing out 1, and yin is the passive force of absorption 0. In business practice, as in any other area, these forces form bundles. For the Chinese, of course, the most important thing is to calculate in advance, based on knowledge of the specifics of their priorities, how they will react to your proposals. Here you should know that the Chinese are reactive, that is, they will most likely take the position of yin, 0, and you will be allowed to be active, yang, 1. The deal is preceded by negotiations, and here at first the Chinese will attach the greatest importance to courtesy and respect. They will prefer to silently and calmly listen to the partner's monologue, ponder the information received and study his behavior, try to catch the logic of intentions and moral position, carefully reacting to the proposals of the other side. Negotiations among the Chinese serve to collect information, and real decisions are made by them slowly, on a long-term basis, in the spirit of collective responsibility, and not at meetings with partners, but after them. a person of Russian and Western culture, when determining the rubric of the Chinese position, 1 or, nevertheless, 0, should proceed from the fact that the actual content of the answer given by the Chinese is only a small part of the meaning that is filled with what is happening. In context-oriented utterances, what is inevitably important is not what is said, but how it is said, who says it, and what is behind it. Thus, what was not said may be the main point of the Chinese response. Who knows, is silent, and who does not know, speaks. Important should be considered what is not expressed. This teaching of the ancients is also in use among modern Chinese. How it is implemented in practice in politics, business and even in everyday life will be illustrated in the following chapters. Chapter 3, Overcoming Chaos. Mao Zedong has a short poem from 1954 called By Day He. Now it is a resort. Mao and other Chinese leaders like to rest here. Historically, it is associated with the name of the first emperor Qin Shi Huang, the unifier of the 7 warring kingdoms into a single state. From here, he sent sea expeditions to search for the island of immortality, and they opened the completely mortal peoples of Korea and Japan to China. Since that time, 215 BC, the ruins of his camp palace have been preserved here. I lived in Baidahe for 7 years, but I paid attention to the meaning of this poem only after I was expelled from there by the Chinese authorities in 1999. Further text, perhaps, would not hurt to free from some details and comments on them, but it is they who just demonstrate the course of untranslatable historical associations that create a halo of meanings behind the veiled allusions, poetic images and actually hieroglyphic symbols of the Chinese poem. In this poem, Mao, reflecting on the past and looking at the sea towards the mythical island of immortality, which Qin Shi Huang unsuccessfully searched for, directly recalls another great Chinese figure, Wei Wudi. The name of this place mentioned in the first stanza along with the ancient Yuan, and the current name of this place, Qinyangdao, means just the island of Emperor Qin, and Emperor Wu of the Wei dynasty is the posthumous name of Cao Cao, a brilliant commander and diplomat who pacified the chaos that gripped China at the end of the Han dynasty. Then, with the collapse of the state that had reached the peak of Confucian prosperity, the population of the country was reduced by 3/4. Chinese history knows nothing more terrible. The outline of symbols in the poem is as follows: chaos overcome by Qin Shi Huang, again chaos overcome by Cao Cao, and, finally, the author himself, Mao Zedong, overcoming yet another chaos. Every time in Chinese history, chaos has been suppressed by force. He was suppressed mercilessly to the suffering and even the lives of people, but the ruler who did this acquired incomparable national greatness, even if in the halo of a villain. In 207, Cao Cao, expelling the northern barbarians to the east, to the Shanhaigan Pass, the beginning of the Great Wall of China, the border of Qin Shi Huang's empire, came out with his troops to Mount Jishishan, now the outskirts of Chongli, 35 km west of Baidahe. This mountain, about 700 meters high, with gnarled centuries-old pines and an almost sheer, absolutely smooth rocky slope facing the sea, really strikes the eye with the grandeur of nature. Mao Zedong commemorates the old days and the great deeds of Wei Wudi against the backdrop of an endless series of waves opening from the height of this mountain with white lamp foam, under the howling of the wind and the sound of the downpour, rolling in white boiling over the long sandy shallow water, and in the distance closing in the endless expanse with blue-black clouds. The idea that Mao Zedong has a lonely boat behind the images of a stormy sea and controlled not by a man, but only by the forces of the elements, the will of heaven, is worth comparing with the laws of war and politics. came to me only under the influence of force majeure, the whip of an irresistible forces, of expelling me, the northern barbarian, back to Russia. The hidden meaning of the poem, apparently, is that from the 50s up to the present, by day he has been the site of regular informal closed meetings of the leadership of Communist China, with a tough behind-the-scenes fight on strategic issues of domestic and foreign policy, and Cao Cao, as a type of national hero-villain, was a very skilled politician, dictator, intellectual and savior of the Confucian Empire. Agonizing in revolts, he frankly relied on force, and it was with the help of military force that he succeeded. Apparently, Mao Zedong, looking to the east, namely, his monument in Baidahe, is oriented in that high place above the sea, where crowds of tourists now come to meet the dawn, composing the poem in question, and commemorating the military actions of Wei Wuodi tried on his role, the role of the victorious commander-in-chief, and the song known to us as Red's the East Song. The East turned red, the sun rose. Mao Zedong appeared in China, also associated with the image of Mao, which is embodied by the monument in Baidahe, symbolizes the emergence of a new communist dynasty of the modern Chinese state. Mao as the ruler of China is included here in the traditional paradigm of the emperor, the son of heaven. For comparison, we can cite a laconic entry in the ancient Book of Songs, Shujin, about the rise of the Zhou dynasty. It is noteworthy that Wei Wuodi, respectfully commemorated by Mao Zedong, received his posthumous name Wuodi by association with the great emperor creator Wuodi of the Han dynasty, and the Han dynasty came to replace the collapsed for no apparent reason, brilliant in state building, but very short in duration, the reign of the empire of the titan of Chinese history, the unifier of the seven warring kingdoms, an adherent of the written law and the persecutor of the Confucian ideology of the state family of Qin Shi Huang. He ordered to bury 460 Confucian scholars and publicly burned all ancient books, except for books on agriculture, medicine and other applied knowledge. In 221 BC, Qin Shi Huang united the nation into the first formal empire, unified writing, measures of weight, length, money, road gauge, administrative division, etc., and in 206 BC this empire suddenly collapsed, and the Chinese became witnesses destruction of their world and civilization. It was Wuodi, who was concerned about the results of his predecessors' activities, who was tormented by questions of control theory. He wanted to get solid answers to the questions: how did Qin Shi Huang manage to conquer all of China, and what happened to the Qin Empire almost immediately after his death, and, most importantly, why? The Confucian philosopher Dong Zhongshu gave the answers to these questions to Emperor Wuodi, who presented him in 3 memorandums based on the experience of the past, the universal historical law of the successive change of 3 periods in the cycle of development of society and the state, namely, the establishment of chaos, small prosperity, great unity, and again chaos. Confucianism has since become the official state ideology of China, and Cao Cao was an intellectual from among the Confucian elite, and 2000 years later, in the midst of another chaos, the theory of 3 periods inspired the older contemporary of Mao Zedong, Can Yu. At the end of the 19th century, he unsuccessfully tried. His opponents, led by Empress Qizhi, gained the upper hand, to carry out the reforms necessary for Chinese society so that the new order would ensure the development of the country without losing cultural uniqueness. However, only Mao Zedong coped with this task. In 1954, when the poem Baidahe was written, Mao Zedong was on the crest of success. The militaristic cliques that arose after 1911 on the ruins of the last empire in various parts of the country were already suppressed by Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek. The humiliating yoke of Japanese dictate in the occupied regions and in Manchukuo has been thrown off. Reforms of the language, Goryeo, the monetary system, local bureaucratic power, and others have already been carried out by the Kuomintang, and the Kuomintang regime itself, under the onslaught of the revolutionary elements led by the communists, nevertheless, was swept away to Taiwan. Mao's rivals in the CPC were also defeated, and, apparently, then Mao sought to avoid associations with the great tyrant Qin Shi Huang, who was looking for physical immortality, and he clearly preferred the comparison with the role of the highest official of Wei Wude. Autumn wind, howled, the wind howls, but everything was different in the world. However, it nevertheless happened that in 1971, when Marshal Lin Biao, proclaimed the official successor of Mao Zedong, fled from Baidahe after an unsuccessful coup, his plane took off from the airfield in Qinyangdao towards the USSR, but under mysterious circumstances crashed on the territory of Mongolia. Avoid comparison with the tyrant Mao Zedong failed. Lin Biao said that the reign of Mao is the era of the reign of the new Qin Shi Huang, and the people accepted this assessment. Yes, and Mao Zedong himself, after the conspiracy, initiated the company of critics of Lin Biao and Confucius, and in parallel with the criticism of Confucian values, the praise of Qin Shi Huang began. Even in a well-known poem, widely studied at Chinese language lessons in schools, the great helmsman advised the president of the Academy of Sciences of the People's Republic of China Gao Moruo. The name is known to everyone. Confucianism has a high reputation, but in reality it is just a pile of rubbish. To top it off, Mao openly boasted that he surpassed Qin Shi Huang in cruelty, but did the same as he did, ended chaos, united Chinese society and revived the empire. Soon after the death of Mao Zedong, as well as after the death of Qin Shi Huang, Chinese society and the state turned from rigid bureaucracy, total control and punishment management to Confucian norms. Chaos, overcome by violence, was replaced by small prosperity in the way of restoring clan morality, patriarchal customs and the tradition of correlating behavior with the high standards of ancestors, while at the same time feeling responsible to descendants. Similar coincidences between what happened before and now, of course, can be classified as accidental. However, in Chinese logic there are no exceptions, but finding the third by chance is always essentially necessary. Therefore, one should move from reasoning by analogy. Historical analogies are not only useless, but sometimes harmful, to conclusions of necessity. What happened is always what happened, that is, burdened by an unforeseen, concrete human choice, an act. At the same time, having happened, a historical event, the essence of time, becomes inevitable, and this inevitability, the impossibility of correcting, indicates that the activity or passivity of the participants in the historical process, and even the character traits of those who have become leaders at some point in the cycles, in the infinite essence of the path of heaven are necessary. History is indeed the science of all sciences, and from the orthodox position, God's providence in the historical process manifests itself gradually, that is, as if under the will of politicians, generals, owners of big money. Certain actions, reforms, campaigns seem to start from the mind of the first persons, as a manifestation of the free will of individuals, initially, perhaps, with the noble purpose, without malicious intent. It was not framed in a conspiracy, However, at some stage in the embodiment of human intent and human will, there certainly comes a moment of choice, and then everything is decided. Either the figure enters history as a good genius, or as a villain. The choice of personality always corresponds either to providence or allowance. At the moment when the temptation of the prince of this world wins in the leader's soul, he becomes a villain. But for everything, one way or another, the will of the Lord. The philosophical methodology of Mao Zedong's own ideas is best defined as materialist dialectics. Mao's dialectic was formed under the influence of the ideas of Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin, and most importantly, Taoism. However, Mao Zedong, like every Chinese Marxist, was first of all a Chinese, and only then a Marxist, while rightly asserting that everything is divided into two parts, and Fenweyer, he, nevertheless, went further in real politics and, in the Chinese way, he always looked for and found a third force, and after his death, not on practice and not on contradiction, but Chairman Mao Zedong's theory of dividing the world into three parts was declared in China the greatest contribution to the treasury of Marxism-Leninism. The fact is that, despite the obvious confrontation in the second half of the 20th century between the two systems, socialism and capitalism, respectively, led by the superpowers of the USSR and the USA, as well as the orthodox bipolar structure of the world of then politics, Mao did not divide the world into two, but three parts. He determined for China a place in the third world, the essence of the third absorbing reactive power of yin in a bunch of anti-phase active forces of the Yan movement, and, according to the canon of changes, turned the whole bunch in favor of China. Here it should be emphasized once again that the word strength in the standard of Western thinking is perceived as a designation of the ability to active action, a certain degree of tension and intensity. In the standard of Chinese thinking, in the same way, in physics, it equally refers to the effect of inaction, attenuation, and to the damping of oscillations with the effect of converting one type of energy into another, holding and absorbing into oneself. For example, damping of mechanical movement is carried out by increasing friction in the system. A resistor is used to dampen the electrical impulse, etc. In all such cases, mechanical and electrical energy are converted into thermal energy with an increase in the temperature of the damper. Therefore, the political term pole of power, under conditions of political and economic multipolarity, competition and coexistence, can in fact mean absorption damper of other people's resources. This is, so to speak, an example of the Confucian rectification of names. It is noteworthy that the idea that the world system of socialism no longer exists and, accordingly, the main contradiction of the era, between the world of socialism and the world of capitalism should be further considered in a new light of dividing the world into three parts than Xiaoping voiced. This was done in April 1974 at a special session of the UN General Assembly, where Deng was the head of the Chinese delegation. Thus, the overcoming of chaos, declared by Mao Zedong in the poem by Daihe of 1954, acquired during the life of the great helmsman a scale that went far beyond the borders of the People's Republic of China itself and Greater China. The work of the Chinese idea of dividing the world into three parts in favor of China is most clearly seen in examples from the military sphere, on the study of which I spent most of my time and energy as a professional military intelligence officer. Third force, I will make a reservation in advance that we will be talking here about the 20th anniversary of the 70s and 80s, with a limitation period of more than 10 years from the time this book was written. some absurdity I observed then and flaws in the understanding of China's military strength by the strategic intelligence of the USSR in the new Russia over the 10 years of strategic partnership with China, I hope, have already been corrected in the best possible way. In the early 1990s, after the collapse of the Soviet superpower, I clearly understood that the main concept of the Chinese military doctrine during the nuclear arms race between the USSR and the USA was the concept of strategic camouflage and strategic disinformation. This concept has been well covered up by arguments about one's own unofficial statements and the media, and has been remarkably successful in terms of cost-effectiveness. From the position of the canon of changes, disguise and misinformation are, of course, something dark, that is, yin. If we follow the Trinitarian Chinese logic, then relations arise between the military doctrine of the country and the thinking, will, memory, experience, of its political leaders, similar to the dialectical categories of phenomenon and essence, the consciousness of the leaders, essence, and the formulated doctrine, phenomenon, together make up the content that is realized in the forms of a specific policy and the war itself, as various options for organizing voluntary or forced obedience to the plan, intuition and spirit of the leaders, free will or, in other words, the randomness of this or that choice in the minds of the military political leadership, essence, in the implementation of military doctrine, phenomenon, is always, one way or another, subject to political or military necessity, form. The policy of the state is determined by individuals. Under the personal qualities of politicians, the apparatus selects dogmas in a set for all occasions. Economic, social, military and other issues of state building are subordinated to the ambitions of the leaders. The stability of the balance of power and ambitions in the leadership means stability in the country. However, a world without war is a state of balance between the threats and risks of the use of force in the calculations of politicians. The threat is objective in the material presence of force, its presence in a particular area and in the demonstration of readiness to use it on order. The risk is subjective and is eliminated by the ability of leaders to observe coolly, not to make hasty decisions and only with the conscious need to respond to threats, and most importantly, in assessing the future reaction of opponents to their threats and the acceptability of such a reaction for themselves. Let me remind you that military doctrine is an interconnected set of socio-political and military technical concepts adopted in a state for a certain time. Moreover, the set that establishes political, power, economic, wealth, and social glory, strategy of national goals and ways to achieve them. Moreover, both without the use of military means, force, and with their use or the threat of use, will, including both measures to prevent war and the conditions for entering the war, military strategy of types, goals and methods of warfare on land, sea, air and space, as well as the minds of people, as well as the concept of military construction and preparation of the country and the armed forces for a possible war. So, in a series of measures to prevent war, achieve national goals based on the potential of force and create advantages at the time of entry into the war, the Chinese chose the path of strategic disinformation and disguise during the life of Mao Zedong. For comparison, I note that in the USSR and the USA, similar goals were achieved in material form by building up arsenals of weapons, primarily nuclear missiles, and feverishly obtaining information about the enemy as a way to control the situation. At the same time, the attention of both was paid not to disinformation, but to keeping secrets over true information, because the threat was presented and perceived as a dosed truth, a feature of the Russian approach to the preservation of military and state secrets is secrecy. At the same time, secrecy is understood as a set of methods for restricting access to information, a sealed safe, a scrupulous register of all papers, and the exchange of sealed packages by authority through living couriers. These are clear images of Russian secrecy, secrets with 7 seals. The Americans use a different principle of keeping secrets, namely, the creation of an access flow of information in which the real secret sinks and becomes indistinguishable against the backdrop of an abundance of secondary data, white papers on defense, a mass of reference books and specialized open publications, bringing to one's own and others' public the imposed meanings of national interests, the ocean of the Internet and other electronic message flows. This is what American information technologies for manipulating threats are presented with. The Chinese, instead of the whole truth, palm off not a part of the truth, but not the truth at all, because they proceed from the fact that the mystery itself, that is, ignorance, is a threat, but so that the enemy does not get unnecessarily agitated and does not take convulsive steps towards clarity, he should be led into a soothing delusion. The misconception is largely constructed by official data oriented towards the value system of non-Chinese and elegant stance for the control of the technical means of the intelligence services of the countries being misled, and private information that circulates in electronic means of communication and the global internet and can shed extra light for foreigners on the dark places of the real picture is automatically censored. During the Cold War, there was an open struggle between the USSR and the USA, and China received the benefits from this war, while the USSR and the USA counted conventional weapons in Europe down to a single tank and traded at negotiations in Geneva, Vienna, Malta and Reykjavik to the last warhead. The Chinese only hinted at their threat, having demonstrated, starting from 1981, first the launch of ICBMs in the area of the Fiji Islands, then SLBMs from a submerged position in the South China Sea, and, finally, a mobile ICBM in the direction of about Taiwan. The Chinese managed to create a feeling of vulnerability in the minds of the opponents and maintain the impression that China not only has such means, but also that these means are combat ready for use with unacceptable damage to the enemy. The strategic nuclear forces of the PRC were incomparable in quantity and clearly inferior in quality to the arsenal possessed by the USSR and the USA, especially in the theater of operations. Dozens of missiles and warheads against more than 10,000 bulky liquid propellant low-mobility missile systems with monoblock charges against Russian compact solid propellant highly mobile systems with multiple warheads and American hard-hitting cruise missiles with terrain bending based on round-the-world bombers. However, China's deep shadow strategic nuclear forces had the same effect on people's minds, as well as the concept of military construction and preparation of the country and the armed forces for a possible war. So, in a series of measures to prevent war, achieve national goals based on the potential of force and create advantages at the time of entry into the war, the Chinese chose the path of strategic disinformation and disguise during the life of Mao Zedong. For comparison, I note that in the USSR and the USA, similar goals were achieved in material form by building up arsenals of weapons, primarily nuclear missiles, and feverishly obtaining information about the enemy as a way to control the situation. At the same time, the attention of both was paid not to disinformation, but to keeping secrets over true information, because the threat was presented and perceived as a dosed truth. a feature of the Russian approach to the preservation of military and state secrets is secrecy. At the same time, secrecy is understood as a set of methods for restricting access to information, a sealed safe, a scrupulous register of all papers, and the exchange of sealed packages by authority through living couriers. These are clear images of Russian secrecy, secrets with 7 seals. The Americans use a different principle of keeping secrets, namely, the creation of an access flow of information in which the real secret sinks and becomes indistinguishable against the backdrop of an abundance of secondary data, white papers on defense, a mass of reference books and specialized open publications, bringing to one's own and others' public the imposed meanings of national interests, the ocean of the Internet and other electronic message flows. This is what American information technologies for manipulating threats are presented with. The Chinese, instead of the whole truth, palm off not a part of the truth, but not the truth at all, because they proceed from the fact that the mystery itself, that is, ignorance, is a threat, but so that the enemy does not get unnecessarily agitated and does not take convulsive steps towards clarity, he should be led into a soothing delusion. The misconception is largely constructed by official data oriented towards the value system of non-Chinese and elegant stands for the control of the technical means of the intelligence services of the country is being misled, and private information that circulates in electronic means of communication and the global internet and can shed extra light for foreigners on the dark places of the real picture is automatically censored. During the Cold War, there was an open struggle between the USSR and the USA, and China received the benefits from this war, while the USSR and the USA counted conventional weapons in Europe down to a single tank and traded at negotiations in Geneva, Vienna, Malta and Reykjavik to the last warhead. The Chinese only hinted at their threat, having demonstrated, starting from 1981, first the launch of ICBMs in the area of the Fiji Islands, then SLBMs from a submerged position in the South China Sea, and, finally, a mobile ICBM in the direction of about, in Taiwan. The Chinese managed to create a feeling of vulnerability in the minds of the opponents and maintain the impression that China not only has such means, but also that these means are combat ready for use with unacceptable damage to the enemy. The strategic nuclear forces of the PRC were incomparable in quantity and clearly inferior in quality to the arsenal possessed by the USSR and the USA, especially in the theater of operations. Dozens of missiles and warheads against more than 10,000, bulky liquid propellant low-mobility missile systems with monoblock charges against Russian compact solid propellant highly mobile systems with multiple warheads and American hard-hitting cruise missiles with terrain bending based on round-the-world bombers. However, the Chinese strategic nuclear forces, located in the deep shadow, had the same effect of a tangible threat as a real arms race between the USSR and the USA, which was demonstrated for show, a vivid example of the successful application of the concept of disinformation and strategic camouflage is provided by the story of the so-called Hawks, which until the beginning of the 90s were listed by the Soviet General Staff, and, probably, by the Committee of the Chiefs of Staff of the U.S. Armed Forces, for Chinese missile bases for more than 20 years. These bumps were identified from space. True, even then experts found it difficult to explain how missile launches could be carried out from these Hawks, but something after all before the political leadership had to be listed as Chinese missile bases. Already at the end of the 90s, when the Chinese discovered a lot. I drove by car past one such hillock, which we previously had the so-called Tianjin missile base. It really was an artificial bulk mountain with railway sidings leading under it, but located under the hillock was just a protected warehouse of immobilization stock of grain for wartime, built just in the period of the deployment of the first missiles, and Mao's slogan, "Dig trenches deeper, store grain." I am afraid that even now, when Russia and the United States, continuing to reduce strategic weapons, are meticulously counting each silo launcher of the parties, their strategic intelligence specialists are unlikely to dare to assert with absolute certainty that they know exactly the coordinates of all silo launchers of Chinese heavy missiles, disguised even during their construction in the shadow of the endless folds of the Chinese mountains, indistinguishable in detail from space. And it is precisely this doubt that creates a feeling of vulnerability from even a negligibly small Chinese nuclear potential, creates the effect of real intimidation, even if with an unwarranted defeat, one way or another, by taking the position of a passive reactive force and thereby avoiding participation in the arms race. The Chinese were able to mobilize the country's resources for a program of modernization and building up their combined power. The political thinking, experience and will of the leaders of the Chinese state during the Cold War clearly proceeded from the fact that neither the USSR nor the United States, in the conditions of their confrontation, would strike at China, since this would automatically turn it into an ally of one of the warring parties and significantly change in her favor the balance of power. It was this circumstance that laid the foundation for a long-term prospect of a peaceful environment for economic construction and building up the overall power of China as a contrasting, absorbing and reactive, third force in conjunction. China's strategic goal for internal use in the mid-80s was clearly formulated as follows. On the 100th anniversary of the founding of the PRC, 2049, join the ranks of powerful world powers, as the total power of the state builds up, to push China's strategic border to the continental shelf, outer space, polar regions, move possible military action from China's geographic border areas to strategic borders, exchanging strategic space for costly strategic response time. The Chinese were unequivocal about the ways to achieve the goal. The blind anti-nuclear movement advocating a nuclear-free world is a utopia. Nuclear weapons are an objective reality, and demanding that the nuclear powers completely destroy them is like asking a tiger to kindly give his skin. We need a stable, peaceful environment, stability and cohesion within the country. We need to create free sphere in space, in the oceans and on the mainland, deterrence forces capable of protecting the legitimate interests of China and acting on the battlefield outside the country. Only a state with combined power in the economic, scientific, technical, political, social, military and diplomatic fields can expand strategic boundaries beyond geographic boundaries, and only strategic borders built on a comprehensive basis are effective and durable. A free sphere strategic border is a complex phenomenon of strategic rivalry in the modern world. Their existence is the essence of international confrontation. Their formation is the guarantee of ensuring the legitimate rights and interests of China. Newspaper G-Fans in Bao, 0403-1987, agree. The Chinese have not said anything about any integration into global processes, as a national goal of the PRC, either before 2049 or after. It is about slowly changing, through comprehensive self-strengthening, the existing situation in favor of China, and therefore about its proper place in the world and the right of China to have a decisive voice in discussing issues affecting the fate of mankind. increasing influence on the outside world through the combined power of the country was called the new choice in China. As part of the total power, the military aspect was placed in a subordinate and derivative position in relation to its general economic and scientific and technical aspects. China intends to walk the path of the new choice mainly through self-reliance, playing on the contradictions and difficulties of Russia and the West, which mutually fetter each other and allow the PRC to derive long-term benefits from the opportunistic reliance on their political, economic, scientific and technical support, without assuming reciprocal obligations. China reserves the freedom of political, financial and military maneuver, and most importantly, the freedom to determine the time frames necessary for the immediate preparation of one's own forces and means for entry into an open struggle. It is important to note that the PRC has never denied or hushed up the fact that combat-ready armed forces act as a guarantor of peaceful conditions for economic construction and protection from external and internal threats, protected from depoliticization, under the strict leadership of the Military Council of the CPC Central Committee, aka the Central Military Council of the PRC. Party committees and political agencies in the troops, the People's China Armed Forces ensure that the Chinese nation follows the course of socialism with Chinese characteristics. Moreover, both in the center and in the regions, and especially in the border autonomous regions inhabited by national minorities, Tibetans, Uyghurs, Mongols, Dungans, Zhuangs, incited by liberals to separatism, the concept of a free sphere strategic border substantiates the need for the PRC to expand its living space beyond its national territory. However, above all, it is envisaged to build up the Chinese national presence in space and the oceans. The immediate task is full sovereignty over the Nansha Islands, for such a presence is a powerful way of essentially military knowledge of the situation, control and decisive influence on the geopolitical and increasingly important geo-economic situation on the planet, influence through the ability to collect, integrate and disseminate, demonstrate, information about risks and threats in real time. Indeed, in the past, the contradiction between the agrarian nature of Chinese society and the limited resources of arable land has been the cause of many disasters for China. Now, new technologies, informatization and commercialization of society, information and financial leverage, led to the expansion of the living space of the Chinese nation without the military occupation of new territories. The Chinese are copying the example of Japan, in which the population density is even higher than in China, but which, practically without building up its own military potential, under the American umbrella, only in the process of scientific, technical and financial and economic breakthrough, solved many problems that remain for China so far extremely painful. Nevertheless, reinforcing the words and economic plans of politicians with force, starting with the war in Korea, the PRC used its armed forces precisely and only outside its geographical borders. 1962, conflict with India. 1969, conflict with the USSR. 1974, the capture of the Paracel Islands. 1979, a strike on Vietnam. 1988, an aggravation around the Spratly Islands. 1995, an aggravation in the Taiwan Strait. Practice shows that the Chinese strategy of people's war in modern conditions declared to the West and Russia as an official Chinese strategy is an illusion, preserved mostly for foreign consumption and only in the improbable case of hypothetical external aggression against the PRC by paper tigers rattling nuclear weapons. However, this illusion is based on the truly inexhaustible human resources of the nation, prepared for rapid mobilization and deployment on its territory, for a period of up to 30 days, to solve the problems of anti-amphibious defense of the coast and cover the land borders. The Chinese mobilization plans, in part that is not particularly hidden from the public, provide for the deployment of about 100 reserve divisions. These reserve divisions during the period of threat should begin to strengthen the operational groupings of troops of constant readiness, and during the first operations of the outbreak of the war, as they are deployed, ensure the echelon depth of the Chinese defense in the directions of the breakthrough of the invading enemy and make up for all the losses of the front. That is, approximately in the same way as the Siberian divisions mobilized beyond the Urals closed Moscow with their breasts in the winter of 1941. Thus, the illusion of the proposed methods of waging war and the reality of the number of reserves help to solve the problems of the increasingly complicated diplomatic activity of the PRC in the increasingly difficult relations with the poles of power opposing China. I believe that in the future, against the background of the further strengthening of the peaceful image of the Chinese power, another war can always be expected. The local use of military force by China outside the perimeter of its borders in order to humiliate the government or upset the economy of the country, where Chinese interests or the interests of the Chinese economic community will try to advance unless such use of military force is considered by the Chinese to be lawful, acceptable, just and beneficial, useful because it prevents the quantitative accumulation of sharp contradictions, preventing them from developing into a large-scale war. Moreover, in this way, the possibility of a large-scale war in the 21st century is generally reduced to a minimum. In the link of operational art, as a noticeable success of Chinese disinformation and camouflage, one recalls the myth implanted in the minds of Soviet military leaders about the insurmountability of a 1,000-kilometer strip of fortified areas of the Beijing defensive line by conventional means of destruction and the stable stereotype of the need to bypass it from the flanks. In the summer of 1992, I happened to drive a car through the Zhangjiakou fortified area, to the monument to Soviet soldiers who fell in this direction in 1945 in battles with the Japanese. From the point of view of the scale of the engineering work done here in the 60-70s on the operational equipment of the theater of operations, anti-tank scarps, ditches, walls, the spectacle was at the level of the scenery from the Star Wars movie. Kilometer-long strips of gigantic concrete gouges and anti-tank hedgehogs could perhaps be compared only with rows of breakwaters and mooring walls of a huge seaport. All this defensive beauty, contrasting for air and space reconnaissance, like the Great Wall of China in past centuries, instilled a feeling of an impregnable stronghold. By the level of influence on the mind of the commander, the unacceptability of the magnitude of the difficulties, the cost of overcoming them, and the risk of significant losses from a frontal breakthrough of the Peking defensive line prompted the generals to the idea of outflanking it. This idea was repeated in the decisions of the commanders of the Red troops, inflicting a counterattack on the Yellows in all Soviet exercises and training during the period of increasing danger from the east. In this regard, the largest command and staff exercise of that time, Vostok 88, which was held in Mongolia as a continuation of the military exercise Zapad 88 in Europe, during which the Soviet General Staff worked out the first operations of the World War on two fronts, is indicative, in my opinion, by creating a deeply echeloned Beijing defensive line. The Chinese, in fact, pursued the goal of exchanging, During the outbreak of hostilities, the space equipped in advance for the expensive time needed by the enemy ground forces to perform a long-detour maneuver. Moreover, the maneuver is no longer in the desert, but in densely populated territory. The protection of the rear from partisan actions organized by the mass militia would nullify the offensive impulse of the troops. One demonstration of grandiose engineering structures not occupied by troops in peacetime already gave the effect of planning their bypass, and not a breakthrough. This achieved the disguised goal, to drag the enemy strike force into densely populated areas and drown them in the abyss of a people's war. Two classic stratagems. You cannot leave China by entering there, and the soft always wins over the hard. In other words, from the experience of Soviet exercises, it was clear that the USSR, as a probable adversary, inevitably perceived the Chinese stand-up and itself chose an unacceptable method of conducting hostilities, provided for by the concept of People's War of Mao Zedong. And she just assumed that the first stage of a big war, drawing or luring the invading troops into the largest possible number of directions deep into China with the aim of dispersing, pulling away, its forces, destroying the invading troops by conducting active defense by regular troops who occupied pre-prepared positions, and imposing opponent of guerrilla warfare to exhaust his forces. One can also give a reverse example of the impact of passive disinformation on minds. The uselessness of military means as a factor of deterrence due to the impossibility of their effective demonstration. Imposing information, chemical and bacteriological weapons should be mentioned first in this regard, since it is difficult to demonstrate the threat emanating from them in the form of a guarded warehouse of artillery shells or aerial bombs. Neither fascist Germany in Europe nor samurai Japan in Asia used these types of weapons of mass destruction, even as a gesture of desperation before the collapse in World War I. Even after the atomic bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki by the Americans, the Japanese officers, who realized defeat, but were not broken, did not drop their chemical and bacteriological bombs on the troops and population of the enemy. Although nothing seemed to hold them back morally, the samurai preferred a mass demonstration of fortitude through death from harakiri in the squares after the capitulation of the elite, more or less beneficial for the country, than a demonstration of the ultimate futility of the results of the use of chemical and bacteriological weapons in the form of persistent poisoning of the habitat, the spread of continuous epidemics and pestilence among people without distinction in the principle of friend or foe. If used by the losing side, chemical and especially bacteriological weapons would no longer become a means to achieve political goals, but an aggravation of the torment of their nation from the retaliatory use of the same weapons. That is, the end of politics, the personal catastrophe of the authors of politics. It is precisely because of the impossibility of demonstrating the threat as a means of preventing war and the ultimate uselessness as a means of escalating threat levels in the course of a war that the world community is successfully implementing the renunciation of the use of chemical and bacteriological weapons, their prohibition and the program for the elimination of stockpiles. There is also a third option. Military means are demonstrated, but the effect of intimidation is not achieved. This happens when disinformation, disguise or dispersal make it impossible to assign at least some worthy targets for the demonstrated force of defeat. Thus, an unsuccessful demonstration of the threat at the end of the Afghan campaign in 1988 was represented by a spectacular launch of operational tactical missiles by a battalion salvo, specially shown on Soviet television. And here, after a pause, we have to state that there were no targets to hit with ballistic missiles, and, having exploded in the Afghan mountains, the warheads were unlikely to hit even individual mujahideen, and even more so, they certainly didn't frighten, didn't demoralize and didn't force them to sit down negotiating table with the infidels of their command. A good deterrent, demonstrating a threat through the very presence of force, at the level of opinion of the elite of states, are American aircraft carriers. They can approach the shores of the threat object. From their deck, you can lift planes that look very impressive and spectacular on television. However, to fight the people's war, terrorists, rebels, militants, guerrillas armed with small arms and from time to time undermining American embassies, this military power is useless. It is useless, first of all, because for large weapons systems in the people's war there are simply no targets to defeat, they are asymmetrical. The examples given are illustrative in the same sense as disinformation and disguise. When there are no targets to hit with weapon systems, there will be no intimidation effect from saber rattling, and the result of combat use of weapons will be zero. By engaging in passive disinformation and provoking an active struggle between the superpowers, classical US imperialism and the social imperialism of the USSR, China has secured for itself, as a reactive force in a bundle of free forces, the conditions for the growth of its power. For since 1979 it has acquired all the advantages of the potential that attracts the activity of civilian investments from the West, and of a military technical nature since 1989, from New Russia, 11 plus 00. It is noteworthy that here, too, the advantages were obtained by China due to the defeat of its strategic partner, Russia. Moreover, they were obtained precisely when Gorbachev, and then Yeltsin, excluded China from the list of potential adversaries and transferred it to the category of a potential ally. I repeat, the loss of Russian interests was determined by the fact that in the Chinese formula of free forces, expressed in the words, we ourselves, our enemies and our allies, the Chinese, ourselves, always win at the expense of damage to the interests of allies. For allies, in comparison with the enemy, always act as a force of the second category, and enemies, of the first. That's why they are enemies. Tao of China on the waves of history. However, a correct perception of such large-scale successes of modern China and, most importantly, its prospects is impossible without understanding the coordinate system in which they really occur. It is generally accepted that the sun and moon influence the earth and man in such a way that physical and social processes, if used by the losing side, chemical and especially bacteriological weapons would no longer become a means to achieve political goals, but an aggravation of the torment of their nation from the retaliatory use of the same weapons. That is, the end of politics, the personal catastrophe of the authors of politics. It is precisely because of the impossibility of demonstrating the threat as a means of preventing war and the ultimate uselessness as a means of escalating threat levels in the course of a war that the world community is successfully implementing the renunciation of the use of chemical and bacteriological weapons, their prohibition and the program for the elimination of stockpiles. There is also a third option. Military means are demonstrated, but the effect of intimidation is not achieved. This happens when disinformation, disguise or dispersal make it impossible to assign at least some worthy targets for the demonstrated force of defeat. Thus, an unsuccessful demonstration of the threat at the end of the Afghan campaign in 1988 was represented by a spectacular launch of operational tactical missiles by a battalion salvo, specially shown on Soviet television. And here, after a pause, we have to state that there were no targets to hit with ballistic missiles, and, having exploded in the Afghan mountains, the warheads were unlikely to hit even individual mujahideen, and even more so, they certainly didn't frighten, didn't demoralize and didn't force them to sit down negotiating table with the infidels of their command. A good deterrent, demonstrating a threat through the very presence of force, at the level of opinion of the elite of states, are American aircraft carriers. They can approach the shores of the threat object. From their deck, you can lift planes that look very impressive and spectacular on television. However, to fight the people's war, terrorists, rebels, militants, guerrillas armed with small arms and from time to time undermining American embassies, this military power is useless. It is useless, first of all, because for large weapon systems in the people's war there are simply no targets to defeat. They are symmetrical. The examples given are illustrative in the same sense as disinformation and disguise. When there are no targets to hit with weapon systems, there will be no intimidation effect from saber rattling, and the result of combat use of weapons will be zero. By engaging in passive disinformation and provoking an active struggle between the superpowers, classical US imperialism and the social imperialism of the USSR, China has secured for itself, as a reactive force in a bundle of free forces, the conditions for the growth of its power. For since 1979 it has acquired all the advantages of the potential that attracts the activity of civilian investments from the West, and of a military technical nature since 1989, from New Russia, 1100. It is noteworthy that here, too, the advantages were obtained by China due to the defeat of its strategic partner, Russia. Moreover, they were obtained precisely when Gorbachev, and then Yeltsin, excluded China from the list of potential adversaries and transferred it to the category of a potential ally. I repeat, the loss of Russian interests was determined by the fact that in the Chinese formula of free forces, expressed in the words, we ourselves, our enemies and our allies, the Chinese, ourselves, always win at the expense of damage to the interests of allies. For allies, in comparison with the enemy, always act as a force of the second category, and enemies, of the first. That's why they are enemies. However, a correct perception of such large-scale successes of modern China and, most importantly, its prospects is impossible without understanding the coordinate system in which they really occur. It is generally accepted that the sun and moon influence the earth and man in such a way that physical and social processes are periodically repeated in time, correlated with the celestial circle. The impact of the activity of the Sun on all life processes on Earth, including the world historical process, was described by the founder of heliobiology, A.L. Chishovsky. On the basis of a huge statistical material, he revealed that one cycle of solar activity is odd and equal, in arithmetic mean, to 11 years. The most striking and indisputable example of such an impact is the ebbs and flows, forced periodic oscillations of water in the world ocean, as well as the gravitational field of the Earth and atmospheric air pressure, caused by the forces of attraction of the Moon and the pushes of the Sun. Even in ancient times, a connection was noticed between fluctuations in sea level and the phases of the Moon. The highest tides are observed on the days of new moons and full moons, when the Moon, Earth and Sun are located approximately on the same straight line, and the smallest tides occur on quadrature days, the first and last quarter of the Moon, when the directions from the Earth to the Moon and to the Sun form a right angle. At the beginning of the Great Wall of China in Shanhaigan, the maximum tide height is 3-4 meters. And on the other side of the Bohai Bay near the port of Baiyuan up to 10 meters. In my 7 years of working by Daihe, the only time in March 1998, when the new moon almost coincided with the vernal equinox, I myself observed a grandiose ebb with a significant departure of the seawater line from the usually submerged base of the first tower of the China Wall, the tidal forces of the moon, within 40%, and the sun, within 10%, cause tidal waves, displacements of water from an equilibrium position, constant changes in the position of the moon and the sun relative to the earth create inequalities in the magnitude of the tide. The tidal inequality has a period of the circle of the moon, approximately 19 solar years. By the way, the human genetic code is also built in 19 turns of the DNA helix, and 1 solar year is approximately equal to 123 lunar months, or, if without a continued fraction, then 235 lunar months. 19 years. Tidal waves propagate from east to west and, due to the inequality in the length of the solar day, 24 hours, and lunar days, 24 hours 50 minutes, as well as due to the deceleration of the movement of the wave along the ocean surface by the barriers of the continents, they can be considered not as one oscillation in a single period, but as the sum of a series of harmonic oscillations of different periods. In different parts of the world, this amount will be different. The longer the observations of level fluctuations and the more accurate the statistics, the more harmonic constants can be calculated for a greater number of tidal wave components. This is the point of view of modern physics. Let me remind you that periodic changes in physical quantities that occur according to the law of cosine or sine are called harmonic oscillations. Graphically, they are represented by a sinusoid curve. The time of one complete oscillation is called the period, and the swing of the oscillation is called the amplitude. When a point moves along a circle line with a constant angular velocity, cycle, its projection onto a straight line lying in the plane of the circle will make harmonic oscillations. Write out a sinusoid. During the time that the projection of a point on a straight line makes one complete oscillation, a point on a circle makes one revolution. If the complex path of the historical process in human society, tau, flowing under the sun and moon, like the unstoppable movement of a tidal wave, pushed out of balance by the physical forces of celestial bodies, is presented as the sum of a series of harmonic oscillations of various periods, then the cycle of world history in Chinese should be general multiple, d, for the four main periods, namely, the period of harmony, the period of wealth, the period of virtue and the period of longevity. It is these four qualities that are traditionally correlated in China with the well-being of the individual, family and society. Harmony is harmony in diversity, the coherence of various things, the proportionality of unequal parts of the whole. So, in architecture, harmonic division is represented by the golden section, 100%, 62%, 38%, and in music, the main type of harmonic combination of tones in simultaneous sounding is a chord, at least 3 sounds. An even double sound is not a chord and does not constitute harmony. Harmony is a complex spectrum, a pure tone with overtones. Undoubtedly, the minimum for harmony is the number 3. If so, then the period of wealth is expressed by the number 4, virtue, by the number 5 and longevity, by the number 12. The minimum number is a multiple of 3 and 4, but not a multiple of 5. The question now is what to choose as the unit of scale for these periods in the cycles of human history. From the standpoint of metaphysics, natural and human chronology should have a different scale. For nature, the scale of time calculation is natural and astronomical in nature and is equal to a year. For human history, the duration of the active life of one generation should be taken as a unit of scale. It is calculated in years, unknown in the past, and now it is about 20-30 years, according to the Chinese calendar, 20 years, and for Europeans, traditionally 30 years. It is in generations that the Bible measures history. Abraham begat Isaac, Isaac begat Jacob, Jacob begat Judah and his brothers, and so all the generations from Abraham to David are 14 generations, from David to the resettlement to Babylon 14 genera, and from the resettlement to Babylon to Christ 14 generations. Matthew 1-17. I will specially note that in Scripture we are talking about the earthly genealogy of the Son of God, and therefore the historical scale is used, although even earthly, 14, but not a multiple of the human, 6, but the divine, 7. If so, then the longevity of the structure of power, the system of social control, can be measured in generations and should be associated with the growth and decline of well-being, the cycle of a complete change in well-being, counting in generations. And the logic of the above is 3 for harmony, 4 for wealth, 5 for virtue. Hence, harmony, proportionality, is subject to the most rapid changes, which is violated in 3 generations, approximately 75 years. The third force, the third generation, in conjunction with the 2 inevitably breaks the balance, creates a vector. According to the canon of changes, 1 weak line in combination with 2 strong ones pulls them and makes the whole bunch passive. A complete change in harmony, a new balance, forces are divided in half, balance, and a new cycle comes with the 4th generation. Astronomically, after about 60-90 years, on average 75 years, the ruin of wealth comes from the accumulation of passive, unproductive power. This happens in the 4th generation, when the passive power is doubled. A complete change and a new increase in wealth comes with the entry into force of the 5th generation. Astronomically, in about 80-120 years, on average 100 years, if you follow the canon of changes, then here 1 strong line among 2 weak ones overcomes them and makes the bundle active again. The most stable is the well-being of virtue. The extreme decline of virtue in society occurs in the 5th generation, and a new equilibrium. Forces are divided in half, and a new rise, complete change, begin in the 6th generation. Astronomically, after about 100-150 years, on average 125 years, with all world symmetry, even cardinal changes occur through a combination of 3 forces, odd, in a bundle of 6, and prosperity among the Chinese has 4. Therefore, cardinal changes follow in the period of longevity. That is, longevity is the essence of well-being, having harmony, wealth and virtue in a bundle of 3 forces. In the decline of yin or on the rise of yang, 3 well-being give 6 states, and occur when their sinusoids are either in phase or occupy the position of antiphase. That is, in any case, each clearly correlates with yang or yin. In these segments, there are uprisings, reforms, coups d'etat, revolutions, changes in the social system, that is, breaks in longevity. The period of longevity is 12 generations. At this mark, for the first time, 3 periods of different duration overlap, having 1 in antiphase. 4 complete 3-phase changes of well-being of harmony go through 3 complete 4-phase changes of wealth. Only then the period of harmony in the phase of disturbance, yin, coincides with the period of wealth, also in the phase of decline, yin. At the same time, virtue is in the opposite phase of growth, yang. When humanity, justice and wisdom cry out in the hearts of people to stop the chaos of disharmony and ruin in society, there is an obligatory order change. 1 strong line among 2 weak ones overcomes them and the whole bunch becomes yang, the beginning of the phase of the simultaneous rise of 2 prosperity, harmony and wealth, coincides with the entry into force of the 13th generation. Virtue at this time passes into a phase of decline, the establishment of order instead of chaos and the redistribution of property proceed in harsh conditions, usually by force, since, according to the Chinese tradition, in spatial terms, the freak relates with the East, Russia and the Muslim world, the four with the West, USA and NATO, and the five with the center, China. The dominant in the historical cycle of changes in well-being for Russia will be the period harmony, 3 generations, for the West, a period of wealth, 4 generations, for China a period of virtue, 5 generations. The period of longevity, as a time scale, is the same for all countries and peoples, 12 generations, and makes up one complete dynastic cycle. 20-30 active years of the life of one generation multiplied by 12 generations equals approximately 240-360 years. For example, in the north, Great Mongolia, 338 years, 1206-1544, and the first Khan of United Mongolia, Genghis Khan, was a descendant in the 12th generation of the legendary ancestor of all Mongols Borchino. In the south, the Mughal dynasty in India, 331 years, 1526-1857. In the east, the Romanov dynasty in Russia, 304 years, 1613-1917. In the west, the Stuart dynasty in Scotland and England, 344 years, 1370-1714. In France, the Capetian dynasty, 341 years, 987-1328, then the Valois, 261 years, 1328-1589. In China, the Tang dynasty, 289 years, 618-907. Song, 319 years, 961,279. Ming, 276 years, 1368-1644. Qing, including Emperor Puyi, 301 years, 1644-1945. The dynastic cycle is often incomplete. The well-being of longevity is also disturbed in the middle of its period, overcome by other forces in a combination of a bunch of 6 forces, and one speaks of a complete dynastic cycle. It is a question of the maximum longevity of power. It is noteworthy that the cycle of history in Chinese, as in the Bible, contains one of the measures of numbering, generation, Dai. So, the 60-year circle of the Chinese calendar is called era. The current one began in 1984, includes 3 generations of 20 years each, 3 eras upper, middle and lower, 180 years, constitute a cycle, which is divided into 9 generations. The current cycle began in 1864 and will end in 2044. And the current 7th generation of this cycle began in 1984. 20 cycles, 60 or 180 generations, 3,600 years make up the era, the longest period in the Chinese system of chronology, since the time of the Yellow Emperor. 2698 BC traditionally appears as the earliest reference point of the Chinese calendar. Only one complete era has passed. The current second era began in 964 at, now its 6th cycle, and 18I era, that is, about a third has already passed. I note that, unlike the Christian chronology, which divides history into straight segments before and after the Nativity of Christ, or into array from the creation of the world, there is no noticeable boundary, notch on the time screw between the two Chinese eras. It is only noteworthy that the cycles of the Chinese chronology begin with the first Xia dynasty in Chinese history almost immediately after the flood, the biblical date of which is 2850 years BC. In other words, all civilizations of the world have approximately the same 5,000-year outlook and measure their deeds with this scale. If we consider the duration of the active life of one generation for world history as an average between the Chinese measure, 20 years, and the European one, 30 years, that is, equal to 25 years, then the full period of longevity, 12 times 12 generations, will be exactly one epoch, 3,600 years, 12x 12x 25 3,600. The fact that the number 4 corresponds to the West, 5 to China, and 3 to Russia can also be traced from the paradigm, a set of basic physical concepts accepted by people, of their worldview. Thus, the physical picture of the world in rationalistic Western thought includes 4 elements. The ancient Greeks believed that the world consists of 4 principles: earth, water, fire, air. In the current foundations of natural science, scientists argue that, in terms of quantum mechanics, the world is built from 4 interactions: forces, strong, weak, gravitational and electromagnetic. And in terms of the theory of relativity, they switched to 4-dimensional space-time. Chinese thought, as outlined above, traditionally adheres to the 5 elements, and Russian thought adopted the orthodox picture of the creative contemplation of the integrity of the world, based on the divine trinity of the first cause of all things, the life-giving trinity, with the sufficiency of 3 dimensions of the visible world, for a rectangular coordinate system, 3 distances, 2 distances and 1 angle for a cylinder and 1 distance and 2 angles for a sphere, with the trinity of the invisible world, mind, word, spirit. She settled on the 3, as the minimum sufficient stable foundation, and did not go into natural philosophy. Troika among Russians is present from the national state allegory with the troika bird to the persistent folk habit of drinking for free. The question now is how and from what point on the straight timeline familiar to the European and with what step of years in one generation to deploy the sinusoids of the periods of harmony, 3, wealth, 4, virtue, 5, and longevity, 12, of the Chinese cycle world history. This must be done in Chinese, and therefore the nativity of Christ cannot be taken as a starting point. It would be most correct to start counting the cycles of generations with their unfolding on a straight line of the Julian star solar calendar. In 46 BC it was declared the state calendar of the Roman Empire by Julius Caesar, from the first year of the traditional Chinese calendar, but this mark on the screw of time rises to the days of the creation of heaven and earth, millennia higher than the nativity of Christ, and the accuracy of the chronology from our point of view is inaccessible to verification for reliability and is subject to doubts. See, for example, the theory of the new chronology of the Russian academician of mathematics A.T. Fomenko. However, the measurement of history by cycles allows us to take any convenient mark as a starting point, since the cycles are repeated, describing circle after circle, 4 cycles unfolded during periods of fluctuations. See chart No. 3. Without departing far from our days, I took as a mark of the beginning of the countdown of periods in the cycle of history the middle of the 19th century, the taking a prize in 1851, which fell exactly at the end of the 5th and the beginning of the 6th cycle of the second era of the traditional Chinese calendar and was marked by its conjugation in China with the lunar-solar reckoning. It is noteworthy here that the Book of Genesis of Holy Scripture indicates simultaneously 3 landmarks for measuring time: the sun, moon and stars. General 1, 1416, which was introduced into the traditional Chinese calendar by the Taipings, at that time a large stage of the flourishing of the economy, culture, rapid population growth, from 100 to 400 million people, military power and wide territorial expansion of the Qing state, the annexation of Mongolia, East Turkestan, Tibet, and Taiwan, ended in China. The heyday, which lasted 10 generations, periods of small prosperity and great unity, was replaced by a period of establishment of chaos. The phase of the rise of small prosperity fell on the imperial reigns under the motto Shanzi, favorable and orderly, 1644–1662, and especially Kangxi, prosperous and radiant, 1662–1723. The rise of small prosperity began after the restoration of order by the Manchus in the place of the chaos of a long and powerful popular uprising, treason, national betrayal and political unrest among the Chinese military leaders and officials of the collapsed Ming dynasty. The peak of prosperity in the Middle State was marked by the annexation of Taiwan, cleared of the Dutch, to the Empire, 1683, and the only victory in history of China over Russia near Albazin, 1685, with the stability of power and unchanged rates of moderate taxes. A period of great unity began, which fell on the rule under the motto Qianlong, unshakable and glorious, 1736–1796, and beyond. Well-being in the state has passed into the phase of decline. It was marked by the end of the stage of military victories with a crushing defeat in the campaign against Burma, 1768, the subsequent dynastic crisis, the decay of the state apparatus by corruption, the import of opium imposed by the British, which took place against the backdrop of a progressive population explosion, growth of virtue. It should be emphasized that the period of great unification in the Chinese perception of time, as a counter of registration of event numbers in cycles, is a repetition of high antiquity, not as a linear development of little prosperity in wealth and harmony to abundance and perfection, but as a correspondence the life of society to the idea of virtue, the essence of which is the right relationships in the family and numerous offspring. This is the basis of the national system of spiritual values. That is the best period in the life of Chinese society, with the high phase of both wealth and harmony, and virtue is the middle period of small prosperity, and not the extreme period of great unity in virtue, breaking into the other extreme, establishment of chaos, the beginning of the period of establishment of chaos, and the phase of decline goes down from the peak of the rise through the peak of the fall to balance, was marked by the formation of the heavenly state of great prosperity by the Taipings, 1851–1864, in the rest of the territory. At the same time, the Chinese lived under imperial rule under the motto Xianfan, general abundance, 1851–1861. In 1864, when the Taiping state fell, a new sixth cycle of the traditional Chinese calendar began. The centripetal force of Yin then dominated the bundle of forces and began to draw into the center. China, ideas that had been developed abroad. On the outskirts, the Taiping state was the peak of the rise of virtue, the abolition of slavery, the equality of women, the equal distribution of land. At the beginning of chaos, disharmony and the ruin of wealth throughout the country. First, the non-Chinese, Christian idea of equality among the Taipings, then the Western ideas of bourgeois democracy and liberalism of the Xinhai Revolution, and finally European Marxism-Leninism, corrected by the ideas of Mao Zedong under the Communists. The period of chaos, a complete change of virtue from foreign to Chinese again, lasted 126 years, 5 generations, until the reforms of Deng Xiaoping. Then, from 1978, the period of dominance of the Yan force, centrifugal acceleration, the growth of Chinese influence on the outlying world, that is, the next small prosperity began. I took the step of periods of well-being in historical cycles from the Orthodox Paschalia. This is the 28-year circle of the sun. After 28 years of the Julian calendar, the numbers of months and days of the week repeat. This is exactly what is important for Paschalia, the annual spiritually true, taking into account the equinox, day equals night, and the full moon, the celebration of the conjunction of times and dates of the week of the creation of the world, exactly coinciding with the week of suffering and the resurrection of the Savior. The spiritual truth of the Orthodox calculus of dates is confirmed by the annual descent of the Holy Fire on the stone slab of the Holy Sepulchre in the Church of the Resurrection of Christ in Jerusalem only on Great Saturday afternoon at about 2 o'clock in the afternoon on the eve of Orthodox Easter. The desire to see the pre-established harmony of the world, this supposed intimate interconnection of the whole, is the goal of real scientific knowledge, and history, if it wants to be a science that owns the method of not only comparison, but also calculation, should not be an archive of accounting registers of random events and dates, but an accurate tool for revealing the numerical, mathematical laws of the impeccable harmony of the world. The Europeans' science is the knowledge of the measurable, and among the Chinese, accidental is essentially necessary. To measure time, modern science has adopted only one reference unit, the second. Since 1954, the second has been taken as the standard of duration at the time of January 1, 1901, and the specific date was chosen because the astronomical length of the day increases by 1.64 milliseconds per 100 years. In terms of modern physicists, the age of the universe is 10 to the minus 43rd power of a second before the appearance of quanta and in many powers after. Such an unimaginable linear concept of time is based on the idea of the invariance of the speed of light and the frequency of radioactive decay of atoms. This is where the idea of billions of years of evolution arises, and not the millionfold speed of processes at the beginning of time. However, time for human history is, strictly speaking, not only pure physical duration, Newton, but also the timing, beginning, end, of obvious rhythms, measured alternations, in the cycles of movements and energy emissions of the sun, moon and stars, and most importantly, agricultural seasons derived from them, providing food by the sweat of their brow, and other stages of everyday life on Earth, which are recorded by people in calendars for their practical purposes. To compile calendars, not physics is used. The duration of events can be stretched or compressed, but mathematics, the order of the sequence of events is determined by cause and effect relationships. Mathematics is the science of the infinite. Its goal is the comprehension by a person who is finite, the infinite with the help of science. Recall the infinite irrational number p. It is mathematics that opens the way for a thinking person to the irrational source of the natural harmony of the world, the creator. The world is arranged as a complex system of variables. Moreover, it is obvious how the system is cyclic, summing up a series of rhythmic fluctuations of a more or less regular period in terms of days, months, years, generations, eras, epochs, and the interaction of cyclical nature with a reasonable person makes history. Therefore, I believe that the application of the mathematics of periods and phases of harmonic oscillations to the historical process is legitimate. Even at the beginning of the 20th century, the poet V. Klubnikov drew attention to the law of generational change after 28 years through examples of outstanding personalities, and the curves of oscillations of the world historical process in the cycle of solar activity were constructed by the scientist A.L. Chishovsky. The concept of absolute free will of historical figures and, accordingly, the triumph of chance in history has been shaken. If we model the periodicity of the rises and falls of prosperity in the history of free world civilizations using the lines of sinusoids based on the numerology of the Chinese tradition and on the rhythm of the circle of the sun of the Orthodox Easter, then we can get a picture illustrated by graph No. 3. If we return to the earlier assumption that in the Confucian historical cycles, shortly after the death of Mao Zedong in 1977, China entered a period of little prosperity, then by 2019 we should expect, of course, in a new reading, a repetition of the situation observed approximately in 1683. And this is the defeat of Russia from the Chinese in Siberia near Albazin and the first annexation of the island of Taiwan to the Chinese Empire. This is our forecast based on the reconstructed tradition and at the same time a strategic warning to all policymakers and stakeholders. See Chart 3, Explanation to Schedule No. 3. The sinusoids of the periods resonantly characterize the state of well-being of the society in accordance with the principle of construction of power. Wars and revolutions, as times of resolving the contradictions of history, do not reach the peak moments of the well-being of the authorities and society, but fall on the sides of either ups or downs of this well-being. The peak moments of the well-being or trouble of society are not a point, but a certain duration of 3 years. This scale of the duration of the maxima is present in the solar historical cycles of A.L. Chishovsky. Prosperity for the Russian civilization is the phase of establishing harmony between the Asian and European parts of itself in the key of imperial sovereignty. Thus, the peaks of the state's well-being in the phases of Eurasian harmony fall on 1704, 3, the reign of Peter I the Great, 1689-1725, 1788, 3, reign of Catherine I the Great, 1762-1796, 1872, 3, the reign of Alexander I the Liberator, 1855-1881, which was marked both by the great reforms, the abolition of serfdom, and the annexation of the Caucasus, Kazakhstan, Central Asia, the Ushri region to Russia, 1955-57, Soviet Empire, the 1935-1977 phase includes Stalin's 5-year plans and the Great Victory, Khrushchev's leap into space, Brezhnev's superpower. Peaks of trouble in the phases of disharmony of the Eurasian course fall on 1662, 3. Split of the Russian Orthodox Church under Alexei Mikhailovich, 1645-76, 1746, 3. The fall took place under Anna Ionovna, 1730-1740, in the form of foreign dominance of Biranism, and the rise, under Elizaveta Petrovna, 1741-1761, 1833, the reign of Nicholas I, 1825-1855, resulted in a regime of barracks police dictatorship, reaction, persecution and reprisals. 1913-15, the reign of Nicholas I, 1894-1917, during which the state came to a catastrophic state. 1997-99, Yeltsin's rule. 1991-1999, the fall was marked by perestroika, and the rise within the phase of disharmony has already begun. Prosperity disadvantage for the Chinese civilization, as already stated above, are the stages of changes in virtue in the state, the peaks of the well-being of the state in the phase of the triumph of virtue fall on. 1683, 3. Reign of the Kangxi Emperor, 1662-1723, 1851, the establishment of the heavenly state of great prosperity. 2019, 3. The goals of Deng Xiaoping's modernization and expansion program, adopted in 1978 for 40 years, must be achieved. Peaks of trouble in the phase of lack of virtue in society. 1767, 3. Reign of the Qianlong Emperor, 1736-1796, 1934-36, defeat of the Chinese Soviet Republic and the Long March, the puppet empire of Manchukuo, 1932-45, collapse in the Kuomintang regions. The rectification of trouble began under Mao Zedong and passed into the phase of the rise of virtue in 1976-78. Prosperity for Western civilization is a phase of economic power with booms in the accumulation of wealth, and trouble is a phase of stagnation and ruin. In the 20th century, the peak of trouble came in 1932-1935, the end of the global economic crisis and the Great Depression. The balance was passed in 1962-1963, Caribbean crisis, and the peak of prosperity fell on 1991. The triumph of the economic and military power of the West over the completely weakened East, the collapsed Soviet Empire and the defeated Islamic Iraq. The fall within the power phase has already begun and will cross into the ruin phase in 2019. On the lower graph of the superimposition of periods, the years indicate the points of their conjugation in phase and anti-phase, separated by 74 years, 3 solar circles of 28 years, the call of the heart and the voice of blood in the depths of human nature. There is much more in common than there is difference. However, the vivid facts of Chinese otherness allow us to talk about the specifics of the Chinese soul and analyze these specifics. Since people are intelligent, they are united in society not only and not so much by the instincts of the body, but by the mind and heart. In the Confucian tradition, Yin is responsible for the body, and Yang is responsible for the mind. The mind is intellectual consciousness, the production of ideas, the search for and discovery of new thoughts, rational comprehension. the mind is connected to the soul. Confusion of the mind is a mental illness, the heart is an emotional realization. The concept of heart occupies a central place in mysticism, in religion and poetry of all peoples. In the Bible, heart is mentioned very often. It is the organ of the spirit, of that which prompts action, and of all the senses in general. It is also an organ of the will that makes decisions. Such a function of consciousness as conscience, the instinct of truth, the law written in the hearts is placed in the heart. Both desires, I want, and fear, I must, come from the heart, both good and evil, both hatred and love. The heart can also be impassive. From the heart come inner feelings of shame, pity, justice, envy, pride. The mind and heart constitute the unity of consciousness, the integrity and core of the personality, the unique soul. The soul is single in essence and threefold in manifestations accessible to perception, mind thinking, memory, word, feelings, spirit will. In the mind, the cognitive ability of the soul. In the word, imprinting and evaluating. In the will, desirable, how people think and how they connect with their hearts in their hostel, their relationships with each other, their behavior, their goal setting, their productivity, discipline, organization and results of economic activity depend. The goal mobilizes the wavering will, makes decisions based on perspective, justifies the efforts and sacrifices to overcome difficulties. A person thinks, weighs, hesitates and decides according to the dictates of the soul and the inclinations of the body. He listens to the call of the heart and the voice of blood. According to Christian doctrine, the soul of the body is in the blood, Lev 17:11, and this explains the voice of the blood at the genetic level. For the convenience of understanding the differences between civilizations through their comparison, I have compiled a table of some priorities or characteristic vectors of commitment to the body, mind and heart in the West, in China and Russia. What is called soul and body, flesh and blood, mind and heart. The table is subjective, superficial, available for verification, and deliberately forced into the direction of the special, based on the coordinates of the Chinese tradition. Western civilization should be brought under the symbol of the image of the tiger, energy, Chinese, under the symbol of the image of the dragon, strength, and the Russian one, under the symbol of the image of the snake, will. The remaining 9 traditional Chinese symbols, images of animals, the essence of the qualities of nature, fall to the share of the rest of the civilizations of the planet. If the named 42 characteristics of Chinese otherness are summed up under a generalizing, single, highest mathematical symbol, then this will be the number 5, the number of the 5 phases of the world cycle in Chinese. This is the number of elements of the picture of the universe created by Chinese thought: wood, soil, water, fire, metal, and the number of notes on which the symphony of inner feelings in Chinese music is built, the pentatonic scale, and the number of bones in the 5-fold system of Chinese accounts, and the number of Chinese gradations of pure color: blue, red, yellow, white, black, and the number of features that encode the information of words in hieroglyphic form: horizontal, vertical, oblique to the left, oblique to the right, dot, and the number of external bodily senses: light, sound, taste, smell, touch, and the number of taste sensations: sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, salty. In other words, all Chinese specificity, located under the heading of the spiritual, Yan, coincides with the 5 of the body in consonance with the 5 of the body, Yin. This is where the root of Chinese mediocrity and constancy is buried. The mysterious Russian soul resonates with the number 3, the principle of non-multiplicity of the heavenly root cause, and the rational soul of the West, with the number 4, the Earth's square. Their music is built on the common basis of 7 notes, and their painting is built on the 7 colors of the spectrum of sunlight. The 7 in the symphony of inner feelings is dissonant with the bodily 5 of outer feelings. This dissonance manifests itself, respectively, in the right, heavenly, and left, earthly, displacement of the characteristic vectors of the aspirations of the soul and body of the people of Russian and Western civilization from the balanced human middle occupied by the Chinese. In the part of the mind, the soul opens through the symbols of mathematics, and in the part of the heart, through music. The specificity of the Chinese mind is the search for a third in the rational comprehension of the path to the goal. The specificity of the Chinese heart is the desire to follow in the harmony of virtue, as the meaning of the path. If I had at least some musical education, then I would continue my attempt to describe the trembling of the Chinese heart in the symbols of music, as the most adequate to the complexity of the chosen subject of description. But, alas, it would be absurd to play wedding melodies at funerals. Confucius remarked. Neo-Confucians believed that music, through resonance with the soul, should streamline people's behavior. How and what should be, explained the Confucian canon of music, but its text has been lost. Therefore, I can only speculate about the call of the Chinese heart in terms of psychology. Society has taught us to rely on certain concepts and values, and cross-cultural problems arise because the supports are different. Moreover, concepts are universal, while the representations behind them are individually different and, moreover, limited in experience by the vocabulary of the language. Behavior is not difficult to imitate. To some extent some features of speech can be imitated, but the train of thought and the priorities of the will are a completely different matter. They cannot be seen, they cannot be heard. Usually, if they reveal them to us, it is with obvious reluctance or with faint sincerity. So, the first characteristic of the psychology of the Chinese is the awareness of the face. The essence is the feeling of one's own dignity and the dignity of others. The face is that deeply personal thing that identifies the soul. After all, the personal can be caught only in personal communication, face to face. Face is unique, and therefore in any situation of relationships with other people you need to save face, and losing face is unacceptable. The face rests on the virtues of the heart, of which the Chinese have 5: humanity, justice, duty, wisdom, and fidelity. The essence of virtue is to do what is right, not what is logical. This is also the commitment of the Chinese to tradition. True, capable of driving into a corner, causes evil to the individual, means loss of face, which is tantamount to civil death. After all, with this face you will have to live on, surrounded by your clan, friends and enemies. Therefore, the ritual of respect for the Chinese is preferable to the rational search for truth. I felt this especially strongly when the Chinese authorities suddenly took away my residence permit and took me out of the country. They made sure that I did not feel loss of face and did not become embittered. There was no investigation of the details of my activities in the PRC and no search for the truth. It was simply formally explained to me that 8 years after the dissolution of the USSR, the Chinese authorities did not recognize my Soviet diplomatic passport, and I did not have another international passport in 1999. But, nevertheless, they do not bring me to either administrative or criminal liability for violation of the passport regime and passive use of diplomatic advantages and privileges in business. I was declared persona non grata and was expelled from China with full honor and respect for the old status, which was the reason for the expulsion. The meaning of saving face is also associated with such a feature of the Chinese as a tendency to the impersonal nature of discussions, impenetrability and lack of eye contact, it is noteworthy that Russians in personal communication are committed to pronouns, while in the West it is customary to use names in the same situation. The model of correct behavior is the family, which is the foundation of Chinese society. The priority of the extended family and clan over the individual is imprinted in Chinese names, where the family character precedes the given name. The family rests on the observance of the 5 constants. The father is wise in life and must be just. Mother exhibits mercy and fidelity. The older brother should take care of the younger one. The younger brother must obey the elder. All children should honor their parents and respect all elders. The worst punishment for the Chinese is not to have offspring, that is, to be deprived of parental reverence. The patriarchal tradition is the desire to necessarily have a male heir, and the best reward is a long life in the circle of a large family and natural death in old age. Achieving harmony in the relationships of persons in the family, clan, society, coherence of various, proportionality of unequal parts of the whole, courtesy and reaching consensus, and not the realization of ambitious personal goals against everyone else, is the meaning and main value of the Chinese being. Ideas about individuality outside of human relations are meaningless. The second characteristic of the psychology of the Chinese is a sense of hierarchy, which streamlines the position of a person in relationships with other persons and forms family and clan ties, guanxi, from top to bottom, linking persons with mutual responsibility in accordance with the place occupied in the hierarchy. A web society with a strict hierarchy of moral and social obligations, both vertically and horizontally, is made up of ties formed in the family, then in high school, university, institution or company. Then Y and age and seniority in this web have not only privileges, but also responsibilities. The structure of the web society when working on the network of their country gives the Chinese an advantage over individualist foreigners who do not have such a support and are not able to. I felt the Chinese understanding of the indispensable responsibility not only of the father for the son, but also of the patron, for the recommended one. When the Chinese seriously demanded that I fulfill financial obligations under a deal that I had nothing to do with legally, they demanded it only on the grounds that my junior partner, another legal entity in relation to me, did not fulfill these obligations under the deal with the Chinese side. The fairness of such a requirement did not fit either in my head or in the norms of contract law, but for the Chinese, the European logic of my non-involvement did not matter, since a partner means a clan, and the clan is bound by mutual responsibility. The Chinese could write off financial losses, but they could not bear that they were rudely swindled by foreigners and they lost face first of all in front of their environment. Like suckers in business, it was impossible to save face legally through the courts. There was no subject of a lawsuit. And then the Chinese strained the necessary ties and with sophisticated blows to the pride of foreigners made my partner experience a feeling of deep humiliation, and me, a feeling of moral discomfort, which forced me to break off all relations with him. So the Chinese compensated for their financial losses and saved face. The sense of hierarchy among the Chinese is the essence of humanity. Awareness of the natural inequality of the position of persons ensures the stability of society in the same way as in the family, and the hieroglyphic symbol of humanity, G, combines the meanings of man and the number 2 in the hierarchy of the upper and lower units of an equal size. That is, the correct relationship of people is a hierarchy of higher and lower, the principle of a pyramid, on top of which is the highest leader, the emperor. So one hieroglyphic symbol conveys the very idea of humanity among the Chinese. For comparison, in the Roman numeral 2 units are located side by side, vertically, which emphasizes their equality with each other, and abstract humanity, which a person cannot imagine and can only understand, is interpreted in the West extensively in terms of words, including such recognition of the value of a person as a person, his right to free development and manifestation of his abilities, affirmation of the good of the individual as a criterion, evaluation of public relations. The third characteristic of Chinese psychology is a sense of humility. The Chinese symbol for humility is a man in a boat without oars. The flow of the river of time determines a person's life, that is, traditions, the state, nature determine the path of life. Therefore, a person does not particularly need oars, a rudder is enough, no matter how much you paddle against the current, and in China and Vietnam, you often paddle against the current, but as soon as you take a break, the current will surely carry you along with it. It is noteworthy that a Chinese, floating down the river of life, sits in a boat facing the path traveled with his back to the upcoming, expected. The future of the Chinese is from the back, flows into the back of their head, on which there are no eyes, and therefore it is unknown and useless for the tasks of the present moment, and the past that is visible, receding into the distance and hiding around the bend, is influential, since it can be learned from it to benefit from the present and prepare for the unknown. The path itself is not a straight road at all, going from our feet up to the horizon, not a journey forward towards the goal with the desire to make the future come true at the scheduled time, not a straight line from the beginning to the end of life's journey, simply broken into segments to facilitate planning. The Chinese way is a stream rushing down a winding channel in bends, turns and bends, leading a person through terrain and circumstances very similar to those that disappeared around the previous turn. The curve of the river of life in the shape of the letter S is, in fact, a cycle unfolded into a sinusoid line. Westerners, especially Americans, consider the time when no decisions were made or nothing done to be wasted. The Chinese do not consider such time lost. They see time, rather, as running along coils of a spring, on which the same opportunities, risky situations and dangers can arise as in previous coils, and now, but in the times ahead, a person will become wiser. According to the Chinese perception, events are more provoked by the situation than the result of a predetermined plan. Time here acts as a counter, useful for practice, of registering the numbers of events in the turns of cycles. Such is the traditional Chinese calendar, which measures in cyclic signs not the duration, but the order of the sequence of times. By observing cyclical time, the Chinese are less presumptuous in their plans for the future, because they believe that the future cannot be fully controlled and that people will make their lives easier by coming into harmony with the laws and cyclical events of nature. True, planning in a general form is possible, since the change of seasons, phases of the moon, sunrises and sunsets is strictly regular. Hence the construction of commercial structures similar to the West on the basis of linear time, correlated with values, time payment, rent, credit, interest income, depreciation, insurance premiums. However, for all people, the fact remains that earthquakes, tornadoes, ball lightning, uprisings, financial crises, air crashes and similar manifestations of the elements and combinations of random factors are unpredictable over time. The humility of the Chinese before the flow of the river of life is manifested in their reactivity, in the fact that they rarely initiate actions or discussions. They are in no hurry to reveal their cards, preferring first to listen and find out the position of others, then respond to it and formulate their own. the Chinese do not think and speak at the same time, that is, they think silently. Therefore, giving the Chinese enough time to think about the answer is the key to making progress, no matter how slow it may seem to you. This is true both for commercial negotiations and for the operational management of the business of the enterprise. Thus, my Chinese deputy in charge of the hotel in Baidei, he always listened to my monologue in complete silence, like a lecture, and reacted to some of my organizational proposals and comments on the case only after much thought the next day, and even then only after I specifically asked for his opinion. The humility of the Chinese heart is also manifested in the ability for painstaking and monotonous work in small forms, for example, in creating elegant trinkets, in equanimity in life's collisions, in patience, which allows you to sit out adversity, difficult or deadlock situations. In China, it is not customary to oppose the authorities, and this is an indisputable example of the humility of the Chinese soul. Probably, the detente from the heel of humility, yin, which oppresses the Chinese, can also explain their tendency to senseless mockery of other people as a reverse humility, a means of their own self-expression and moral satisfaction in the sense of the master of the situation. In the same series of natural opposites to humility is the sometimes exceptionally sharp reaction of the Chinese in the form of rebellion, yan, to emotionally colored moments, as well as their outbursts of unjustified cruelty and violence. The fourth characteristic of the psychology of the Chinese is pragmatism as a type of behavior that implies an orientation towards a practically useful result and strength. However, Chinese pragmatism is not a match for Western. The Chinese heart is drawn to wealth, but if for the West wealth is the amount of money, then for the Chinese it is the quality of life. The indicator of wealth in the West is capital. For the Chinese, in terms of the quality of life, wealth is a luxury, and among luxury, the main one is a luxurious giant dinner, and it is the many hours of Chinese lunch that most of all contrasts with the fast and primitive food of American millionaires. For comparison, in Russia a person, if he lives in abundance, then even without luxury or capital he already feels rich. Pragmatism in business means that the Chinese always use all their cards, those in their hands and those in their sleeves. It should be remembered that Chinese courtesy, hospitality and generous meals, gifts, entertainment and a reasonable, modest style of discussing issues are pragmatic tactics to achieve an indisputable advantage at any opportunity. Down to earth in aspirations, the pragmatism of the Chinese neglects the lofty categories of morality, is indifferent to the truth, but always takes strength into account. Therefore, the best policy in dealing with the Chinese is a policy from a position of strength, which is not applied, but demonstrated. The lack of a demonstration of your strength leads, in the end, to showing Chinese disdain. It is pragmatism that I explain the fact that many criminal and civil cases in China are decided not in accordance with the letter of the law, but with the personal understanding of the essence of this law by one or another official vested with power, and not only locally, but also at a high level. China is a country where bosses do as they please pragmatically. I happen to participate both on the side of the plaintiff and on the side of the defendant in several courts and arbitrations. From this personal jurisprudence, I made the above opinion. Confirmation of the pragmatic approach of judges to litigation is the practice in China of endlessly postponing the consideration of cases and leaving them without any judicial decision at all in cases where the judge is not satisfied with the decision that he is obliged to make in accordance with the law. Often the reason for this is the power of money, the influence of the defendant's connections, or even a simple patriotic reluctance to rule in favor of the foreigner, one way or another. In real life, the Chinese always have strength above the truth and above the law. The fifth characteristic of the extremely historical self-consciousness of the Chinese is a feeling of indulgence, and sometimes even contempt for foreigners. Inequality underlies the Chinese picture of the world, in which they occupy the center. The middle state is not only the country of the largest population in the world, but also the oldest living civilization on the planet, whose amazing achievements in many respects are unparalleled in the world. Therefore, deep down, the Chinese are convinced of the exclusive regionality of the center, one of the sides of which is the intellectual, moral and cultural superiority over the inhabitants of the outskirts. The Chinese consider foreigners behind their backs as generally inferior, unscrupulous, impatient, rude, corrupt and treacherous, essentially, devils with white faces. In the Chinese theater, a white face is a symbol of vice. At the same time, China treats specific people from abroad very well. The Chinese are polite and hospitable to them, and even in the modern term foreigner, low-I, they use the meaning of respectable inhabitant of the outskirts, recognizing the superiority of foreigners in technology and dexterity. However, the meaning of the full Chinese term foreigner, Ran, usually interpreted by non-Chinese as a person from outside, in the logic of opposites should have had the counter-meaning person from within, Nai, but in life, the self-name of the Chinese is different, person from the center, Zon, meaning, in terms of the feeling of moral and cultural superiority of the Chinese over foreigners and revenge for the loss of face of their ancestors, one can also perceive the general rejoicing of the nation over the return of Hong Kong to the PRC, which was called deliverance from a century of shame in the materials of the propaganda department of the CPC Central Committee. In the same row is the fact of the isolation of Chinese communities abroad. In Montreal, New York or Moscow, the Chinese do not read local Canadian, American or Russian newspapers. They live within the framework of their communities and read the hieroglyphic press published in the host country, which always covers events in China and gives a Chinese assessment of events abroad. And if the Chinese laugh at the same time, then his laughter most often acts as a manifestation of bewilderment or contempt for the foreign, because another source of laughter, foreign humor, is completely impossible for the Chinese. The Chinese are usually very eager to obtain a foreign residence permit. People from the privileged strata, who have a certain level of education and connections in society, solve this problem by marrying a foreigner, but characterize this as nothing more than a patriotic act, like using foreigners for Chinese purposes. Another popular way of acquiring foreign citizenship is through obtaining the status of a refugee who suffered from violations of human rights in China. However, those Chinese who sincerely and consistently criticize China's human rights record are called traitors by most of the refugees. After receiving foreign citizenship, the Chinese are very actively educated and move quickly in the business structure and in public strategic organizations. However, almost any Chinese is a person who can live abroad, honestly paying taxes all his life. But when the motherland asks, he will do everything he can for her. I have witnessed retired Chinese American millionaires born and made rich in the US come to China, buy property and settle down again, only to die in their ancestral homeland. And there are thousands of wealthy Chinese who, at the end of their lives, are moving to the Chinese mainland from Asian countries, and in the activities of Chinese Christian communities. According to the testimony of the Chinese themselves, the words of priests and parishioners often diverged from their deeds. Apparently, This can be partly explained by the fact that it is not so easy for the Chinese to sincerely assimilate the spiritual values of foreign origin. For comparison, I note that while the Chinese, wherever he is, always remain Chinese, the Russian does not always remain Russian. In emigration he is often different. Only especially strong-willed Orthodox old believers somewhere in Brazil, like the Chinese, live in a closed community and outwardly emphasize the wearing of a full Russian beard and sundries. However, the deep difference between the Russians and the Chinese lies precisely in their attitude towards the infidels and foreigners. The Russian excuses their otherness, while the Chinese are indulgent towards it. Deeply rooted in the West, Eurocentrism comes from the belief that the West is the only civilization, and all other cultures are the underdeveloped West, developing countries. At the same time, the pinnacle of development is the life of the individual, which, allegedly, is the highest and absolute value. In Russian civilization, however, there is no idea of centrism, because for the Orthodox, the salvation of the soul is more important than earthly life. Russians justify self-sacrifice, heroic death for the sake of saving something more valuable. The communist idea, the Orthodox faith, our Soviet motherland, comrades. The idea of self-sacrifice is also present in the moral and historical traditions of the Chinese. It is in this idea that Russian and Chinese are opposed to Western individualism, and therefore the words from Murad Ali's song, "So, harmony in saving face, the humanity of inequality in the hierarchy of connections, humility before fate in cyclical time, pragmatism, arrogance towards the non-Chinese." These are the 5 notes on which all music is built, all the trembling of the Chinese heart, music of collective programming of the thoughts and actions of the Chinese, the formation of a stable neurophysical macro-resonator, format, for the nation as a whole, to win the heart of the Chinese, or at least to deal with them on a mutually beneficial basis. You need to learn this music, which is so different from ours. Practice convinces us that attempts to find a response in the Chinese heart to notes that are not included in the Chinese spiritual series, as a rule, are not only absolutely ineffectual, but often contrary to the intention. On the 7 notes of an octave alien to the Chinese soul, ideals, sentiment, directness, humor, logic, sacrifice, scope, a symphony with the above 5 notes of a series consonant with the Chinese heart cannot be achieved in practice. At the end of this chapter, I will give a very accurate, from my point of view, drawing of the web of Chinese plant connections and relationships from the book by R.D. Lewis, Business Cultures in International Business. Rice, No. 4. Probably, in the Chinese soul described by me, a certain isolation from modern life can be felt. It may seem that what was said here was true for the 19th century, the time of the spiritual mission of Father Yakin Bicharin. Indeed, not the abstract Chinese described above, but the citizen of the PRC who is today involved in mass migration processes, is forced to follow the one family, one child course, actively, if not excitedly, westernizes. In addition, the Chinese nation, as extremely numerous, and in Chinese history, as extremely long, has everything, including tendencies of social utopianism, revolts of younger against superior, children against fathers, seekers of the new against traditionalists, and so on. But nevertheless, even now it cannot be said about the overwhelming Chinese peasant mass that this is a society of people deprived of a sense of homeland, soil, faith of their ancestors and living in the interests of consumption and spectacle that the television and video screen brings them. A confirmation of what has been said for me is a Chinese who worked with me in a joint venture, who became a manager from Cooks, coming from the countryside, having only graduated from a local school during the years of the Cultural Revolution. He amazed me with his profound knowledge of Chinese tradition, and he himself was a model of the Chinese spirit. When conducting special excursions to the museums of Chinese mythology in Baidai, he was able to comment in detail on the secret Chinese that an elderly intelligent Chinese woman from Beijing, who received her higher education abroad, who previously served as an editor in the China magazine and worked as a translator in our joint venture, almost never understood. Words can be refuted by words, but what can be refuted by the experience of human life? Dragon Gold. With the kind permission of my friend, culturologist Martin Martirosyan, I am quoting the following text of our conversation with him, published in the Zavtra newspaper, 2001, No. 47, Martin Martirosyan. After the events of September 11, 2001 in the United States, the main slogan of American-style globalism, "E pluribus unum," out of many, one, placed on the $1 paper bill since the 20s of the last century, again clarified its actual content as destruction any human tradition, national, religious, cultural. It is this content that is explained by another legend on the dollar, Novus Ordo Seclorum, New Order for centuries, which makes us consider the dollar as a kind of symbol, even an icon of modern globalism, since inside its digital shell there is a certain word as the genotype of the corresponding thinking. We have already said that the standards of thinking are the main weapon of globalism in the destruction of traditions that oppose it. The 20th century ended with a seemingly obvious victory for the New World Order pyramid headed by the only hyperpower, the United States. However, now the world is divided again, into the rich, who are satisfied with everything that is happening, and into the poor, who are obsessed with the idea of fighting injustice. A real war began, and a permanent war, without time and geographical boundaries, without clear goals, without a specific enemy. Under these conditions, the fate of the $1 measure of wealth imposed on humanity remains, in fact, the only criterion by which one can judge the development of the situation on the fronts. And here we see that the dollar has finally received an impressive feeling of military spending, $40 billion to begin with, covering not the virtual, Microsoft, but the real cost of weapons and their use. These expenses, in principle, are capable of absorbing a heap of excess money supply, expressed so far in electronic and paper media, and drop it in the form of natural bombs and missiles in order to keep the dollar pyramid from collapsing. First, military strikes fell on the obsessors of Allah's mercy, the Taliban in Afghanistan. Further, the target for defeat, most likely, will be Iraq, where there is more oil than in Saudi Arabia. By the way, such behavior of the United States fits well into a certain cultural matrix. When blows, no matter financial, informational or military, are inflicted on recent projects and clients, the Moor has done his job. The Moor can go. Already in the post-war period, this happened with many countries and regimes that accepted American patronage and cooperation. I will name among them only the most famous examples: Panama, Noriega, and the Philippines. Marcos. Pakistan managed to step on this rake twice, For the first time, the Yankees staged a demonstrative flogging of their Muslim allies. When it finally became clear that the USSR would withdraw its troops from Afghanistan, it was at this time that the CIA and FBI defeated the Pakistan-based International Islamic Bank and the death of military dictator General Zia al-Haq in a plane crash. The second time is today. However, President Putin does not seem to notice such a matrix in the actions of the US leadership. During his visit to Washington, he defiantly went under the wing of the Bald Eagle, calling it a new stage in strategic cooperation. And how now to understand the recent agreements between the Russian Federation and China? How will the Chinese perceive such a new stage? And how now to understand the recent agreements between the Russian Federation and China? How will the Chinese perceive such a new stage? And how now to understand the recent agreements between the Russian Federation and China? How will the Chinese perceive such a new stage? Andrei Devyatov. To answer your question, I'll start by saying that the symbol of eternity is not a straight line of progress, because a straight line has a beginning and an end. The symbol of eternity is a circle. From this follows the cyclical nature of the historical process as a harmonic of ups and downs unfolded onto a plane. Everything repeats itself, but in slightly different guises, behind which stands the eternal way of things. Therefore, the Chinese long ago and very well learned the Confucian postulate that historical examples are more valuable than the teachings of the sages. Many in Russia and in the West believe that war is the only way for the United States to delay the collapse of the dollar as a conditionally universal measure of value and prevent the collapse of the global market for virtual financial instruments. Another often figured motive is to hide the fictitious nature of the current gold market as the age-old metal standard of value. But if we turn to historical examples, it turns out that paper money, banknotes that do not have metal backing, were invented not in Europe, but in China in 1618. It was the time of the decline of the Ming dynasty. The meaning of the name is bright. Then the next dynastic cycle ended, 12 generations, approximately 240-300 years. Things in the empire went from bad to worse, so a cash tax was added to the tax in kind, grain, fabric, but there was not enough copper and silver, and then banknotes were invented. However, without a natural metal measure of value, things got even worse. The people rebelled, and the last emperor of the Ming dynasty committed suicide in 1644. The new Qing dynasty came. The meaning of the name is pure. The monetary standard was again calculated in silver lions, 50 grams, and paper money as a portable, fake, symbol of wealth began to be kindled on the day of King Min, a pure and bright commemoration of the ancestors. At the end of the next dynastic cycle, at the end of the Qing dynasty, the West, waging opium wars against China, again destroyed the silver standard there. The Chinese economy was again undermined by paper money, and the Qing dynasty fell in 1911, 267 years after its founding. Since the adoption of the Declaration of Independence of the United States, since 1776. By the way, this date is also placed under the pyramid on a $1 bill. 225 years have passed, almost 11 generations. American democracy, according to the Chinese cycles of change, is nearing decline, and so, from the Chinese point of view, it would not be wrong to say that the current generation of people on the planet will still see both the collapse of the dollar and the fall of America. From this it is clear that any actions in defense of the dollar look from Beijing, by and large, as a frivolous attempt to impede the course of change. Martin Martirosyan. The dollar is not at all American, but universal. World money, the result of economic globalization. Yes, since 1971 this currency has no backing with precious metals, but the most powerful dollar issue and, accordingly, dollar inflation is evident. It serves, like any inflation, the redistribution of property, but on a global scale, the so-called world trade. The people from the Federal Reserve System have flooded the whole world with these black and green pieces of paper. For dollars you can buy literally everything and everywhere except for self-respecting countries, but try to buy something for rubles or stamps in the same USA. Yes, such overconvertibility of the US currency has always had a boomerang effect, which is feared by the financial tycoons of the United States. Indeed, for dollars you can buy everything not only in the world, but also in the USA, which was actively used by the Japanese and Europeans, the Germans par excellence, actively acquiring real estate and industrial companies in the New World. That is why the Americans resumed discussions around the need to issue purely foreign dollars, which should have a limited circulation on the territory of the United States, about once every 5 years. However, with the same periodicity, such projects go out because the level of moronicity in the world surrounding the American dream, despite all the efforts of the mass media, still has not reached the level necessary for their implementation. Red and other second-class dollars that the Fed would like to issue will be doomed to lack of demand in advance, since the dollar as a world currency is obliged to provide its happy owners with a whole range of privileges for access to high-quality goods and services. If the world currency does not provide such access, then it ceases to be a world currency, as happened to the British pound sterling after the First World War. Therefore, in February 1996, the Americans limited themselves to issuing new, good dollars in addition to the old, bad ones. It would seem that it is impossible for the dollar to get rid of the reverse side of its championship medal, and indeed it is, but to create the illusion of such one-dimensionality turned out to be quite on the shoulder. It is in this vein that one should consider America's transition to bank card payments, which makes it possible to cut off cash dollars from most financial transactions. Thus, objective prerequisites were created for America to declare any necessary mass of cash dollars fake and electronic, criminal and invalid. But this is the weapon of the hot phase of the financial war. Under the conditions of the continuing cold phase, the currency board system demonstrated much greater efficiency. The essence of this system is that the right to issue national currency is transferred through a number of international financial institutions into the hands of the U.S. Federal Reserve, in whose interests, we recall, to issue fiat dollars. The central bank of the country that fell under the currency board continues to issue rubles, pesos, and so on, but only in direct accordance with the amount of gold and foreign exchange reserves he has, that is, in fact, with the amount of dollars allocated to this country through the IMF and other banking structures, that is, in fact, special Argentinian, Russian or Somali dollars are issued, which, by definition, cannot be used to buy anything outside these countries. The return of dollars from abroad is not just America's economic suicide, but also the undermining of the new order for the ages envisaged by its real leadership. However, are there any competitors to the global dollar as a symbol and icon of this order? Europe abandoned its national currencies, the pound, the mark, the franc, each of which had a powerful national tradition behind it. Now an impersonal euro is being introduced there, which has no tradition behind it, and, like its predecessor, the ECU, European Currency Unit, in opposition to the dollar. For this reason alone, it is doomed to defeat. Japanese yen, it is also not a competitor to the dollar, since it is in its orbit. 3/4 of Japan's wealth is converted into dollars and held in American banks. The 7 largest Japanese banks from this indebted as silk, more than $1 trillion. The prospects for the ruble after 1989 are zero. China remains. Andrei Devyatov, at the last session of the countries of the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation, held in October 2001 in Shanghai, the Prime Minister of Malaysia made a statement that it was time for the Asia-Pacific region to think about replacing the US dollar with its specific unit of measure for the value of goods. The main meaning here, in full accordance with the Chinese tradition, was not what was said, but what was kept silent, but pointedly hinted at. It has been hinted that 50% of all international trade takes place in the Asia-Pacific region and 60% of the world's total GDP is produced. They kept silent about the fact that ethnic Chinese, Huaqiao, control 50% of private capital in the Philippines, 70% in Indonesia, 80% in Thailand and Malaysia, and Singapore is generally part of Greater China. They did not mention at all that it was through the channels of Huaqiao. The meaning of the name is, China today is the only country in the world that has 2 currencies, the yuan and the Hong Kong dollar, the exchange rate difference between which is 6 capax. Fan. The Bank of China now prints both the bluish 100 People's Yuan note and the reddish 100 Hong Kong dollar note. At the same time, both of them are quite effectively protected. Management of the yuan exchange rate from the outside is excluded. The Hong Kong dollar is practically excluded. The exchange rate of the yuan is determined not by market demand, that is, not by those who want to export capital or exchange yuan for dollars, but by domestic prices for the main types of raw materials and semi-finished products, the production of which is almost entirely in the hands of the state. The Hong Kong dollar, which acts as a substitute for the yuan in the foreign market, is a super strong currency. This means that China can create bundles of free forces in the global financial sphere, for 2 of them are in his hands, and where there is a bunch of free forces, the Chinese canon of changes operates, and victory will undoubtedly be with the Chinese. The idea and practice of a stable yuan is not designed to stimulate exports. Here, on the contrary, the result is losses in the form of deliberately lost profits from a decrease in current competitiveness. They are aimed at maintaining in the Chinese economy a consistently better environment for capital growth than in the surrounding world of instability, and at the formation of persistent low-risk stereotypes for foreign investment inflows. That is, the opportunistic sacrifices caused by this stability are absolutely justified and are, in fact, not a sacrifice, but a heroic super-profitable investment in the national future. Another question is whether the new yuan will have a gold standard. China's gold and foreign exchange reserves are officially estimated at about 200 billion, plus Hong Kong's free capital of more than 100 billion. However, this unverifiable information comes from the Chinese themselves, and therefore there is reason to believe that only the foreign exchange reserve in US dollars has been announced to the world. Moreover, this stock, unlike Japan or Russia, is stored not in the USA, but in Hong Kong, and how many tons of gold the PRC has and where it lies, not only abroad, but even in China itself, none of the uninitiated knows. After all, special gold mining troops have been building up the gold reserves in the PRC for a long time, and everything related to their activities is not even a state, but a military secret. Officially, China's gold reserves are not growing. In 1980 the figure was 398 tons of gold, and 17 years later, 392 tons. The U.S. gold reserve in 1997 was 8,140 tons, Germany, 2,960 tons, France, 2,546 tons, Italy, 2,074 tons. Such a modest figure for a country engaged in large-scale gold mining just indicates that China is accumulating gold and silver as a real foreign exchange reserve, but does not want to advertise this before the deadline and this period. If the calculations proceed from the model of the Great Depression of the 30s is close, everything will happen no later than 2005. However, the next fall will not be another, as in 1929, but the last in the cycle of longevity of the power structure. According to the Chinese cycles of change, America passed the peak of prosperity in 1991, and the peak of the complete decline of American well-being and the change of the liberal human rights dynasty of the United States will come by 2047. Martin Martirosyan. The share of the so-called new, divorced from natural values, the U.S. economy reaches 30% of GDP, and the demand for its products is already 5-7 times lower than supply. The market is overstocked with all kinds of software, CDs, computer games, pop music, as well as cell phone microchips, credit cards, etc. There are no markets with positive returns inside the US at all. The total accounts payable of all kinds is a fantastic figure at $28 trillion, and development is only due to the influx of foreign capital. That is, the total debt of Americans is 3 times their GDP, even taking into account the new economy. At the same time, there is almost no inflation, and the bank loan is insanely cheap, 2% per annum. As a result, all the savings of Americans go to speculation with paper stock prices. In such a situation, the war for the United States really acts as the only lifeline. I will not talk about the Taliban as a convenient adversary who can be influenced through the channels of the special services. I will also not expand on all the pros and cons of putting America into martial law. This is a topic for a separate detailed conversation. The last question that we have to discuss here is how will the Chinese react to the consolidation of American military bases in Central Asia, in the immediate vicinity of their own borders. I will also not expand on all the pros and cons of putting America into martial law. This is a topic for a separate detailed conversation. The last question that we have to discuss here is how will the Chinese react to the consolidation of American military bases in Central Asia, in the immediate vicinity of their own borders. I will also not expand on all the pros and cons of putting America into martial law. This is a topic for a separate detailed conversation. The last question that we have to discuss here is how will the Chinese react to the consolidation of American military bases in Central Asia, in the immediate vicinity of their own borders. Andrew IX. Any attempt to force time leads to a farce, and China today is clearly in no hurry. And, by and large, it is not about China's reaction at all, but about America's reaction to the strengthening of China. After all, one should not forget that Bush had already experienced public humiliation after the well-known incident with the reconnaissance aircraft. Undoubtedly, from the point of view of their organizers, the strikes inflicted on Afghanistan should have indicated, first of all, the threat of closing the American ring around China. However, at the APEC session in Shanghai, the Chinese demonstrated a seemingly complete indifference to this threat, an indifference that is completely inexplicable for the American and Western consciousness in general, with a dichotomous matrix of challenge and response. However, if you look at the situation through Chinese eyes, such behavior of official Beijing looks completely justified, since today, with its deliberate passivity, it invites to activity not only the United States, but also Russia, whose interests in the former Central Asian republics and Afghanistan are well known. After all, the American strikes were inflicted, or, more precisely, indicated, not at all against China. Consequently, there is no real confrontation between the United States and China. There is only a provocative attempt by the Yankees to provoke the Han people to such a confrontation by their actions. However, the Chinese eye is arranged differently than the Western eye, and therefore it sees the whole picture somewhat differently, from a different point of view, in a different perspective. First of all, this concerns the very concept of environment. China for the Chinese is the absolute center of the earth, which is already surrounded by the world's periphery, which includes the West, Russia, the Muslim world, and Southeast Asia. The problem for Chinese thinking here is that balance reigns on the surrounding periphery, otherwise their middle state will experience the destructive pressure of the prevailing shoulder, as it was in the era of Western domination from the middle of the 19th to the middle of the 20th century. Today, the Chinese see that America, as the recognized leader of the Western world, is unconditionally active, that it takes a yang position in Afghanistan. In addition, the Chinese see that Russia, as a result, is gradually becoming more active, moving to the yang position. Consequently, in the Chinese logic of thinking, according to the I Ching, Book of Changes, it is necessary to wait, take a passive position yin, so that one, even, passive position yin outweighs and defeats two, odd, active positions yang, with which America and Russia are identified in modern Afghanistan. In the combination of three forces built in this way, China undoubtedly wins, because the clash of seemingly co-directed allies, activities of the Russian Federation and the United States will inevitably end in their mutual conflict and weakening. From the same Chinese point of view, America can achieve its goals in Afghanistan only if Russia also takes a passive yin position. In this case, one odd yang position of the US will outweigh and defeat two even yin positions of China and Russia. But this threat will be taken very seriously by the PRC and will inevitably force Beijing's strategists to become more active, since they cannot allow the Americans to really consolidate on their own borders, due to a clear disbalance. Even the obvious strengthening of Russia as a result of such a distribution of roles, one of its weak. Consequently, in this situation, it is strategically necessary for Russia to maintain as much of a passive position as possible, while simultaneously activating and pushing the positions of the United States and China against each other. Martin Martirosyan, isn't the model you describe also a possible example of the Chinese side's actions in the dollar-euro-yuan triangle, which will inevitably form after January 1, 2002, Andrew IX? Of course it is. Traditional Chinese thinking has been organized in this way for several millennia, and not otherwise. It has made China China and, fundamentally, it cannot be otherwise. But in the event of a global confrontation between the three currencies, one very significant amendment will need to be made. This amendment is a given activity, yen, the position of the newborn euro, which will simply have to win a place under the sun, and the options for possible stratagems will be determined by what position the dollar will take relative to the euro. If this is a position of active opposition, the Chinese will most likely prefer to take a passive yin position for the yuan with the maximum gain for themselves. If there is a global transfer of world financial assets into the euro with complete passivity and the collapse of the dollar, it should be added to the above that the Chinese, in fact, copy the model of using the national currency from the US dollar as a reserve in international settlements, the transformation of the yuan into the regional reserve currency of Southeast Asia, and the reorientation of its countries from the United States to China is based both on China's effective military policy and on the dominance of the Chinese diaspora in the national economies of a number of countries in the region. Let me remind you that the Chinese live in the longest period of growth and decline in prosperity compared to the West and Russia, and for them long-term interests are more important than momentary benefits. Liberal financial policy formally proceeds from the principle of meeting the interests of predominantly short-term investors, who in the past were called speculators. There are too many Chinese and foreign liberal principles are simply too big for China. Disinformation and disguise is also a fairly widespread idea of the financial weakness of the modern Chinese state, whose GDP, according to some experts, already today exceeds that of the United States, and the numerous mysteries of Chinese financial statistics and hidden military spending only emphasize the principle. In the system of public finances as a whole, the larger the public sector, the smaller the state budget. The reallocation of resources is largely carried out outside the budget. In other words, the dragon, the symbol of the Chinese state, is actively hoarding gold and throwing dust in the eyes of its potential competitors. As an eyewitness, I can testify about how these processes take place at the level of atomic business. More Chinese. When I was forcibly removed from China and the new temporary representative of the Russian side, my good friend, was negotiating the future of the joint venture, he got the impression that the Chinese were satisfied with the change of an inconvenient figure and would continue to work with the new person. Note that my friend was a professional sinologist of the highest level, but he never lived in China. The real goal of the Chinese, which was confirmed by practice, was to lull the Russian side in order to avoid countermeasures at the peak of the holiday season, gain time, liquidate the joint venture without an open fight for the division of capital, save faces of the parties and thereby the influx of profitable Russian clientele. Hearing the platitudes and the usual flattery, the new representatives succumbed to the idea that they wanted to do business with him. Later, during the negotiations on the conditions for the liquidation of the joint venture, true tension appeared, contradicting, as it seems, the courtesies that had previously taken place. It got to the point that another well-deserved and gray-haired Russian representative, a sinologist from former senior diplomats, was appointed by the Chinese as a negotiator, a girl lawyer who did not appear at the appointed meetings. Although outwardly everything was smooth, offensive or unpleasant statements were not allowed, but contempt for foreigners was demonstrated by both action and silence. The same applies to relationships with any business partners. The honorable reception, the obsessive care, the lavish banquet and the offering of gifts are only the form, symbols and gestures of demonstrating respect, covering up the hidden financial and business maneuver of the Chinese. Neither the Chinese partner nor his foreign opponent should lose face. The goal of the Chinese, of course, is to win over a partner in a deal, but the form of victory must be courteous. The Chinese get his way by outmaneuvering partners and competitors, usually at the right time and in the correct manner. The attitude of the Chinese to the meaning of the contract is also specific. For a person of abstract conceptual Western, and indeed Russian, culture, a contract is the main document of a deal, which is signed by the parties in order to then comply with its terms. The signatures of the parties, as it were, give it the meaning of a final and irrevocable decision, and the Chinese look at the contract as a kind of document that is accepted by the parties in order to avoid unnecessary disputes, and can always be changed, supplemented or terminated depending on the changed circumstances. The wider and more vague the meaning of the terms of the contract, especially in terms of the responsibility of the Chinese side, the faster it will be signed by the Chinese, because the signature for the Chinese gives the contract the meaning of a paper not for execution, but for submission to arbitration. In the case, the main thing for the Chinese is not the terms of the contract, as a symbolic outline of the transaction, but the specific conditions of other documents. A letter of credit, as a guarantee of the exact amount of money, date and place of payment, and a consignment note, as a guarantee of obtaining the exact weight, dimensions and quantity units of the cargo. Reality is more important than the plan, because profit is forged from it. You should be prepared that the Chinese will circle around and around the issues raised for a very long time before binding themselves with a promise, but then, after they shake hands with you and consider that a sense of mutual trust, clarity and determination has been achieved, they will want the partner to fulfill their obligations very quickly. All this concerns the external form of the transaction, and the formula for success can be defined as follows. Changes arise from overcoming the balance by a contrasting third force. When 110 are odd even, then 1100 and 0011. I will illustrate the operation of this formula with examples, and to begin with I will cite a very large deal, the failure of which is a characteristic consequence of a lack of understanding by Russian business of the specifics of China. I was not directly involved in this deal, however, I know the details well, because the main participant in the project from the Russian side, the Energomash Export Company, in 1995-98 rented several rooms for employees to relax in my hotel at the resort in Baidahe, and I developed friendly relations with all the families of their wonderful and friendly team that worked in the Beijing office. It was about the participation of Russian business in equipping the impressive cascade of Chinese free gorgeous hydroelectric power plants on the Yangtze River with turbines, generators and other energy equipment. Let me note that Leningrad Metal Works and other giants of domestic power engineering, without any doubt, were able to fulfill the Chinese order for equipment with the best quality efficiency indicator in the world. Both advanced technologies and experience of Russia with its great rivers and powerful hydropower are quite comparable with Russian technologies and experience in space exploration. Russian President Ben Yeltsin and Chinese President Jiang Zemin signed a declaration on strategic partnership directed into the 21st century not long before. Large-scale government agreements have been reached to increase the turnover of trade and economic ties between Russia and China from $6 to $20 billion a year. A bilateral government commission for the implementation of these agreements at the level of vice premiers was created and worked regularly. Against such an impressive political background, at least some participation of the Energomash Export Company in concrete contracts for the equipment of the Chinese Free Gorges hydroelectric power station was seen as a matter of course. However, bilateral declarations and government agreements have not reached the level of contracts in the Three Gorges project. The Chinese announced an international tender for the implementation of this large-scale project, and thus created a bundle of three forces: China, Russia, and the West. They themselves took the absorbing position of yin-oh, and the Russian and Western applicants were forced to take an active position in pursuit of profitable long-term and large-scale contracts, both yen-won. At the same time, what is most interesting is that the Russian side won the tender in an open struggle with Western companies, but, nevertheless, did not receive a contract for a deal. Nothing helped, neither the fuss of the Russian embassy, nor the attempts to push through Russian interests in the bilateral government commission, nor a personal call to the very Chinese top of Prime Minister Chernomyrdin. The Russian side did not receive a single order, neither for the main, nor for auxiliary equipment, not for a single blade from the turbine, that is, in general, outright passed by the cash register. The success formula, 1-1-0, in the arrangement of three forces created by the Chinese, 0-1 guaranteed the victory of Chinese interests, but the loss of the Russian side was determined by the fact that in the Chinese formula of three forces, expressed in the words, we ourselves, our enemies and our allies, the Chinese, ourselves, always win at the expense of damage to the interests of the allies, for allies, in comparison with the enemy, always act as a force of the second category, and enemies, of the first. That's why they are enemies. The reactive potential of the third force, 0, defeats two active forces, 1-1, translating the bundle of three forces into a mutually beneficial equality of two forces, 0-0. Economically, the contract that went to the European company, of course, can be explained by large bribes, timely transferred to the right Chinese officials, or the temptations of a profitable loan that the Western side provided to the Chinese against the contract it receives. All this is so, however, a bribe and a loan are just financial mechanisms. The Russian side had not these, but other financial mechanisms and economic levers, too, but did not work. In the coordinates of the logic of linear confrontation, the active Russian side, 1, had to fight with the Western competitor, 1, which it did to the full pleasure of the Chinese, 0. After all, Energomash Export participated in an international tender and even won it, but in this case, in a combination of three forces, the Russian side could win only if the competitor was completely eliminated from the market, that is, if the Western side was transferred from the active position 1 to the passive position 0, then 0-0, I won. But such a balance of power was clearly unrealistic. If the Russian side acted in the Chinese system of coordinates, then it could take over by shifting its activity from the beliefs of the Chinese customer in the benefits, which he already knew about, to demonstrating the losses of the Chinese side from refusing a deal with the Russians in the long term, losses, the potential threat of which had to be drawn brightly, firmly, but very correctly, that is, the Russian side, in the position of an active force, in order to resolve the matter in its favor, should not appeal to the allied feelings of the Chinese. Even Chernomyrdin's call was useless, but threatened the Chinese as an enemy force, and there is nothing to be embarrassed about. The Chinese heart does not respond to the note of sacrificial ideological solidarity. There is no such note in the Chinese soul, but there are notes of contempt for foreigners and pragmatic respect for power. The Russian side would be generally congenial if it managed to take the position of an absorbing force, 0, itself, to force the Chinese to be active, 1, and, by directing the energy of the West, 1, to allocate a loan for the production of equipment for the Three Gorges project, to receive from the two active forces both an order for equipment and money for its execution. In other words, by its inaction, it would force the waiting, but eager Chinese dragon to leave the observation position on the mountain and thereby transfer the situation into an active battle between the dragon and the tiger, usual for the Chinese coordinate system for possession of the pearl of Russian technology and energy experience, engineering. But it is very difficult to come up with a working scheme for such a maneuver. I myself, on the scale of small and medium-sized businesses, which I independently ran in China, rarely managed to build a scheme of free forces in which I would occupy a winning position of a third force, contrasting with the other two. For example, I will tell you about one successful operation to extract debts from the Chinese. Without delving into the history of the issue, I will start with the fact that in 1993 one North Korean intermediary company delivered a large batch of rolled ferrous metals from Russia to China, owned by a Russian company from Tomsk. The Chinese and buyer had no contacts with Russians, and did not fully pay off the Korean intermediaries, and therefore a debt of $800,000 was formed to the Tomsk residents, which at the time of my connection to this transaction in 1996 formally hung on the Koreans. However, in fact, the Chinese had to pay the debt to the Russians, since they not only received Russian metal, but also sold it for a long time at a profit. There was a scheme of free forces, active Russian sellers who delivered the goods ahead of payment. Active intermediaries in this product are Koreans, and passive benefactors, payers of money for goods Chinese, which turned out to be in the main profits. Yes, and formally not involved in the debt of Russian Koreans. It was really necessary to collect the debt from the Chinese, but legally it was impossible to do this through the court, and it was useless to sue the Koreans. The Chinese were not going to repay the debt to the Russians, since they had already made a complex set-off with the Koreans in other goods, and the unpaid part of the metal was their net profit. In this stalemate of Chinese not doing, I decided to play the Chinese way, to mold a new free force scheme. The most difficult thing was to make sure that the Russian side was in the passive position of yin, and the Chinese in the active position of yang, 1. Plus, it was necessary to include in the bundle also the third force yang, 1, a new active intermediary. Now in that collection, with an active Chinese intermediary, there was no difficulty, for a solid remuneration paid in advance, and the promise of a significant percentage of the estimated amount of debt repayment. Such an intermediary with the necessary connections, pressing where necessary, was found, and the Chinese side managed to stir up, having picked up on the idea to make money already on the return of the debt, the amount of which had to be halved for this. So the two Chinese forces were active in achieving the goal that loomed before them, the acquisition of easy money. The debt to the Russians was officially rewritten from Koreans to Chinese. The first small victory on paper was wrested through a debt maneuver. After that, the Chinese, who were not going to repay the debt, began to implement the idea they liked to get money from the Russians again. The essence of this idea was as follows. The Chinese had 29 slightly used Mercedes-Benz cars in Singapore. There were cars of all classes, from luxury executive to sports. These machines were bought by the Chinese in Germany just for the profit received from the sale of the mentioned batch of Russian metal in order to get super profits on them. However, while the cars were transported by sea from Germany, the customs policy in China changed dramatically, and according to the new rules, a huge duty had to be paid for their import to China. The heavy duty made the import of cars into China unprofitable, and our Chinese partners were forced to deposit them in duty-free Singapore. Now, having officially accepted the debt for the metal, the Chinese decided to give it to the Russians with these machines, but the Chinese would not be themselves if they simply transferred the rights to the cars and thus closed the debt. In the whole scheme, the Chinese were warned by the idea of getting money for Mercedes, and they put forward a condition before the Russians, allegedly due to the fact that the cost of a batch of cars exceeds the amount of the debt. For this, the debt had to be halved on paper. The Russians were offered to pay the Chinese a substantial difference, $300,000. The Russian side, of course, could not agree to this, and the matter reached another dead end. If they simply transferred the rights to the cars and this closed the debt. In the whole scheme, the Chinese were warned by the idea of getting money for Mercedes, and they put forward a condition before the Russians, allegedly due to the fact that the cost of a batch of cars exceeds the amount of the debt. For this, the debt had to be halved on paper. The Russians were offered to pay the Chinese a substantial difference, $300,000. The Russian side, of course, could not agree to this, and the matter reached another dead end. If they simply transferred the rights to the cars and this closed the debt. In the whole scheme, the Chinese were warned by the idea of getting money for Mercedes, and they put forward a condition before the Russians, allegedly due to the fact that the cost of a batch of cars exceeds the amount of the debt. For this, the debt had to be halved on paper. The Russians were offered to pay the Chinese a substantial difference, $300,000. The Russian side, of course, could not agree to this, and the matter reached another dead end. Then I decided in Chinese to assemble a new bundle of free forces. This required a new active intermediary, playing on the same string of getting easy money in the form of machines. Such a Chinese intermediary was found. The Chinese, the owners of cars, also took an active position. Therefore, in order to win, I had to take a passive position, and for this I would inevitably expose myself to the risk of completely losing the rights to cars, for the intermediary had to fight for the cars with their owner, and if successful, all the cars could end up in the hands of the intermediary. The Chinese intermediary, acting in the Chinese way, was not going to pay $300,000 for cars and went on a scam with the opening of a fictitious letter of credit. Mutual swindle and mistrust between the Chinese is a common thing. At the same time, the intermediary planned to secretly shove the responsibility for fraud on me, and get the cars for himself. One way or another, the owners of the cars, having received a letter of credit for $300,000, loaded the cars onto the steamer for their own money, and the bill of lading with the rights to receive them at the port of destination was handed over to me. The second victory on the way to the goal was won through the product. Now the task was not to miss it. I saw the fraud of the intermediary almost from the very beginning, and, having calculated the procedure for the transaction, I took steps consciously, while the Chinese were sure that I did not notice anything, and they led me by the nose. Two active forces of the Chinese, driven towards each other by the desire to receive money, as a result lost out to a third force, which passively expected a legitimate repayment of the debt. When the owners of the cars found out that the letter of credit was fictitious and they would not receive money from it, a scandal erupted. But the claims were not against me. I did not open the letter of credit. When an intermediary tried to defame me as the person who issued a false document for receiving money under a letter of credit, I was clean with the owners of the cars, because I received from them the legal repayment of debts by cars, and all the documents that executed the transaction concerned their relationship not with me, but with intermediary. when the intermediary in the Chinese port where the cars arrived tried to claim them as the holder of the documents, he did not succeed, since the main document of title, the bill of lading, was issued by the sender in my name, so the scheme, 1100 worked in my favor. If I could always play the Chinese-style free power combination, I would be the hero of the fight for its economic front. However, business always loses to the state, and despite my daring to fight on the breakthrough side, the Chinese state arranged for me to be defeated elsewhere, on the cover zone, in a joint venture, a consulting firm and a hotel in a resort in Baidahe. My joint venture, like many others, looked promising at first. The idea of an infusion of new capital and a joint activity resulting from the merger of two layers of experience and opportunities in the early years maintained a euphoric sense of harmony between the partners, as long as the capital contributed by the parties was assimilated in the form of reconstruction of buildings and modernization of the infrastructure of the trade union sanatorium to the level of a classy hotel. Things went smoothly, and both sides did not attach serious importance to national quirks. However, as soon as it came to the distribution of income and clientele, the Chinese quickly returned to their deep-rooted beliefs and began to oppose my methods of managing the business of the joint venture. From the very beginning, in the joint venture, the Chinese were primarily concerned with the division of spheres of influence, and not with the actual making of profit, especially with risk. I proceeded from the premise that dependency, which is customary for any Chinese state-owned enterprise, and confidence that in case of failure, subsidies will be received from above, and in the situation with the joint venture, from the Russian side, are no longer applicable to joint economic activities. For me, return on investment came first, and the risk to profit from commercial activities was not only acceptable, but necessary. Among the Chinese, in a rigid hierarchy, flexibility is ensured by the principle that leaders must be sensitive to the problems of their subordinates, and the blame always lies with the authorities. Therefore, the Chinese authorities are interested not so much in the essence of the problems being solved, but in maintaining their power and influence in the company and society. Hierarchy didn't bother me at all, and I understood flexibility as the ability of management to maneuver with money, real estate, areas of commercial work, behind which the Chinese saw only a dirty trick on the part of a foreigner. The main thing for the Chinese was the function of power, but for me it was the goal: empathy, a sense of tact, understanding the interests of a partner, sincerity, clarifying common sense, and not convincing oneself to be right, delicacy, a positive attitude. These are the resources in reaching a compromise with the Chinese when forceful methods are ineffective, and these resources allowed me to find compromises for 6 years. However, the fundamental difference in views on the essence of power in the company, as well as the fatal difference in ideas about the goals of work and about the ways to achieve them, still affected in due time, when a conflict began in the leadership of the joint venture over the risk of serious money. The Chinese did not demand to remove me from my post. How can you ignore the opinion of the Russian founder, but simply insisted on depriving me of the right to sign financial documents? That is the main lever of real power. CEO, I acted in Chinese. Second, I stopped commercial and consulting activities on behalf of the JV, gave the printing and financial responsibility in the hotel to the Chinese deputy, but since I had a Russian client in my hands, I simply changed the scheme and began to withdraw the main proceeds before the client got to the front desk. Having taken the position of yin, and intercepting the vector of force in the maneuver, in strict accordance with the formal desire of the Chinese side, in fact sharply increased the income of the Russian part of the joint venture, because the profit from a foreign client in the new scheme was no longer subject to division, and it was in the hotel basic. The Chinese achieved their goal, but I benefited from this, having met worthy resistance, having understood the essence of my maneuver and feeling powerless to do anything about it. The Chinese lost face, which I should not have allowed. It is difficult to call the Chinese into an open conflict, because of the potential threat of the same loss of face. Moreover, according to the Confucian tradition, juniors and subordinates cannot express a negative attitude towards any actions of persons occupying a higher place in the social hierarchy. In China, it is generally not customary to oppose the authorities. Therefore, the Chinese will use an extraneous reason and cover up the achievement of their goals with a legend that runs counter to the opinion of their elders or undermines their authority, and the Chinese defeated me non-economically, depriving me of a residence permit on an extraneous pretext to the joint venture. Instead of feeling like a victorious hero, I suffered shame and irresistible annoyance because of the loss not of money, but of the Russian presence in Baidahe, begun 100 years ago by the first Orthodox Bishop of Peking and China, Innocenti. And here is an example of Chinese business already from modern Russian practice. It is known that the forest is one of the main strategic resources of our country, and this is not only about wood. The forests of the Russian North, Siberia and the Far East are producers of oxygen of global importance, one of the two lungs left on planet Earth, along with the tropical forests of the Amazon basin. And already in the near future, oxygen quotas associated with the massive emission of carbon dioxide by the countries of the Golden Billion may become a much more profitable commodity than the products of the timber industry itself. However, the use of this resource, which today is mainly focused on the export of roundwood, borders on criminal squandering. And since the forest wealth of Siberia allows you to choose the best, Export Ghost imposes strict requirements on the quality of round timber, and the domestic lodger, in order to please the fastidious foreign buyer, cuts only selected export assortments at the logging site. The rest, mighty crowns, thick butts and the whole mass of forest of average dignity, at best is burned, and more often it is simply thrown and rots on the spot. The damage is exacerbated by barbarous logging in the forest areas closest to the loading stations, degradation of the existing forest fund, lack of working capital from Russian loggers and non-compliance with the requirements for reforestation. Here it is necessary to add that not only the world's main timber exporters, Canada, the USA, Sweden, Finland, sell mainly processed wood, and the Finns process Russian timber in large volumes, but also treeless Japan processes Russian timber and then supplies countries of the Asia-Pacific region with plywood and cardboard obtained from Russian raw materials. As for the attitude towards the forest on the part of the Chinese, the forest is the greatest value for them, and it is not surprising that in 2000 timber exports from Russia to China already exceeded 6 million cubic meters, and in the future will only expand. However, the established foreign trade practice of exporting Russian timber to China is skewed, which is unfavorable for the Russian side. The damage is caused not only by the fact that mainly roundwood is supplied to China, in the cost of which transport costs sometimes amount to more than 50% of the price, as well as the actual basis of delivery from the station for loading timber onto a wagon in the depths of Russian territory, which leads to the minimum profitability of trade for a domestic lumberjack. These circumstances distribute foreign trade earnings in a ratio of 1 to 2 in favor of the Chinese side. The market, as you know, differs from the bazaar in that it allows you to make a profit not in a single sale and purchase transaction, but in multi-way combinations, where a separate link can be unprofitable, but the whole scheme turns out to be extremely profitable. The Chinese are born masters of money matters, and in the forestry business, they operate, as a rule, through multi-way combinations based on the national yuan. First, while still on Chinese territory, the People's Yuan, received from one of the 4 PRC state banks authorized to lend to foreign trade, goes into the cost of consumer goods supplied to Russia. Then the Chinese slippers and racks in the bazaars and shops in the cities and towns of Russia are converted into cash ruble, accumulated by the Chinese diaspora, which has infiltrated the domestic economy. Cash rubles are taken in suitcases to logging stations and credited for logging, the round log, bought by the Chinese almost on the vine from a Russian purveyor for cash rubles, is exported to China. The ruble purchase prices are scanty and, in fact, only slightly cover the cost price, yes, and the dollar prices appearing in export contracts are ridiculous in comparison with world prices. According to Russian customs statistics, the average price of 1 cubic meter of our export softwood logs is 3 times less than the price of similar timber harvested on the North American continent. With a low export price, the customs duty remaining to the Russian budget is low. On the other hand, the state income of the Chinese side in the form of taxes and duties on imports is much higher than that of the Russian side on exports, and here the ratio is already 1 to 6 in favor of the Chinese. In addition, all the income from timber processing on the Chinese side goes to the Chinese, and the imbalance in absolute numbers is absolutely depressing. Crossing the Chinese border, a Russian round log of excellent quality is sewn into boards there, and the already solid added value of lumber in the Chinese domestic market is again converted into the People's Yuan. Since the dollar is not used in the calculations inside China, note, the Chinese state turned on the press and printed paper yuan. After all, the issue of money is a monopoly and planned activity of the state, even in the freest, liberal and market economy, lending them to their own exporters of consumer goods, the value of which is mainly the materialized labor of Chinese workers, helped the Chinese diaspora in its difficult business activities in Russia. It provided a tremendous profit compared to the cost of paper yuan, and left almost all of this profit in the form of real lumber prices on Chinese territory with Chinese business entities, and even removed duties, taxes and fees to the budget from high yuan prices for these material values, and part of the Russian forest, already as a Chinese product, is sold at a high price further to Japan, Taiwan and other countries. Approximately this is how the wealth of the Chinese nation grows on the example of forestry, and in order for this mechanism to work without failures, special support schemes are in place, help the Chinese diaspora in its difficult business activities in Russia. It provided a tremendous profit compared to the cost of paper yuan, and left almost all of this profit in the form of real lumber prices on Chinese territory with Chinese business entities, and even removed duties, taxes and fees to the budget from high yuan prices for these material values, and part of the Russian forest, already as a Chinese product, is sold at a high price further to Japan, Taiwan and other countries. Approximately this is how the wealth of the Chinese nation grows on the example of forestry, and in order for this mechanism to work without failures, special support schemes are in place, help the Chinese diaspora in its difficult business activities in Russia. It provided a tremendous profit compared to the cost of paper yuan, and left almost all of this profit in the form of real lumber prices on Chinese territory with Chinese business entities, and even removed duties, taxes and fees to the budget from high yuan prices for these material values, and part of the Russian forest, already as a Chinese product, is sold at a high price further to Japan, Taiwan and other countries. Approximately this is how the wealth of the Chinese nation grows on the example of forestry, and in order for this mechanism to work without failures, special support schemes are in place. Moreover, almost all of this profit in the form of real costs of lumber was left on Chinese territory with Chinese business entities, and duties, taxes and fees to the budget were removed from the high yuan prices for these material values, and part of the Russian forest, already as a Chinese product, is sold at a high price further to Japan, Taiwan and other countries. Approximately this is how the wealth of the Chinese nation grows on the example of forestry, and in order for this mechanism to work without failures, special support schemes are in place. Moreover, almost all of this profit in the form of real costs of lumber was left on Chinese territory with Chinese business entities, and duties, taxes and fees to the budget were removed from the high yuan prices for these material values, and part of the Russian forest, already as a Chinese product, is sold at a high price further to Japan, Taiwan and other countries. Approximately this is how the wealth of the Chinese nation grows on the example of forestry, and in order for this mechanism to work without failures, special support schemes are in place. Approximately this is how the wealth of the Chinese nation grows on the example of forestry, and in order for this mechanism to work without failures, special support schemes are in place. Approximately this is how the wealth of the Chinese nation grows on the example of forestry, and in order for this mechanism to work without failures, special support schemes are in place. So, the Chinese managed to keep incredibly low prices at the border due to well thought out activities on Russian territory. Clouds of small Chinese entrepreneurs do their hard business in the logging areas. This is forest poaching. When an authorized felon is covered with forged documents, Russian authorities sometimes seize even fake certificates and forest logging tickets, equipped with protective holograms made in China at a high technological level, and the laundering of the timber is also taking place according to the Chinese scenario. Documents are being prepared for a known volume of illegally harvested roundwood in China. The timber is moved to a warehouse maintained by the Chinese, fake documents are brought there, and the timber in the wagon already arrives at the border crossing, as if on completely legal grounds, and prices for timber products are driven down due to the supply of boards produced by the Chinese at their sawmills, which are open everywhere, especially in the Irkutsk region. And for orientation, Chinese newspapers published in Russia in Chinese regularly publish current prices for timber at the border. Remember, if the profit is forged in yuan on Chinese territory, then the low dollar price at which the goods are declared in the Russian transaction passport does not matter for the final economic effect. That is, the Chinese authorities actively and constantly help their entrepreneurs to minimize commercial risks and always protect them, and our authorities have so far refrained from regulating the market. The smaller the state, the better, and for 10 years they have been waiting from private capital to observe all interests. Preliminary conclusions: if we consider the practice of business with the Chinese known to me as an interaction of active and passive forces and bring it under the common denominator of the principles of achieving success, then we get the following scheme of 6 ways to change the balance of forces in our favor and defeat the Chinese enemy. 3 of them involve the adoption of an active yan, 1, position, and 3, a passive yin, 0, Method number 1, Gen. Direct action with the aim of breaking the enemy with obviously greater force. Method number 2, Gen. It's fantastic to raise the bar and oppose what it would be reasonable to immediately agree with. The Chinese will still suspect fraud. Therefore, you need to let the Chinese bargain, win the battle and lower the bar to a level that was initially acceptable. Otherwise, the Chinese would still lower the bar, but to an unacceptable level for you. Method number 3, Gen. To put forward wild demands, contrary to true intentions, so that the Chinese, by opposing, would turn the direction of what was implied in the secret plan. Method number 4, Yin. To succumb to the force and, having intercepted the vector of Chinese force on the final segment of the turn it in a safe direction. Method number 5, Yin. Sincerely tell the Chinese everything you think and everything you intend to do. It's all the same. The Chinese will not believe you, they will reject your proposals, and thereby they will show action and come out of idleness. Method number 6, Yin. Wait not doing, force the Chinese to be active and thereby substitute. To select and successfully apply one or another method, you need to collect data about the partner and evaluate your and his positions in the transaction in the categories of Yang, 1, and Yin, 0, forces. Then, in the event of an impasse, bearing in mind that changes follow in a combination of not 2, but 3 forces, fill in the missing position to achieve a calculated result. Here, the sophisticated reader may notice that such a method as deception by introducing a third can, of course, be linked, if desired, with the book of changes, but it was described, say, by Ilf and Petrov in the Golden Calf. My reasoning about the yin-yang schemes and the three forces bundles, of course, may partly resemble how, during the Chinese Cultural Revolution, the specifics of life were adjusted to Mao Zedong's quotes. For example, a miner said that he met or exceeded his norm because he read Mao's article "You Gun Moves a Mountain," and the hairdresser said that he cut his hair well because he read the article "Serve the People." If desired, it would be possible to fit under the yin-yang tricks with offshore bank accounts or with fictitious companies practiced in America. However, I emphasize, this or that substitution of the thesis, adjustments, offshore companies and shell companies is just a breakdown of the scheme of the action of one's own force against another opposing force, and not the introduction of a third force with an independent vector of interests, independent energy and a desire to act. In other words, these are different laws of being and thinking. As for the examples cited, they, one way or another, speak of a special model of Chinese business, private entrepreneurship under state socialism and protectionism, i.e., economic nationalism, designed specifically for the economic cosmopolitanism of liberal Russia. China's trade turnover with all countries of the world is growing, and only with the new Russia, in monetary terms. No, this is not so much due to the fact that the goods are sold little or they are bad, but because of the deliberate and skillful underpricing by the Chinese. It is in this direction that the most notorious Chinese adventurers are concentrated, expressing the interests of their numerous clans coordinated by the state, and the Russian partners before them are scattered and often defenseless, because in the conditions of extreme market liberalization they have neither reliance on the clan, nor the practical support of their state. The result is the enrichment and strengthening of society in the PRC, and the ruin, weakening and undermining of society in Russia. In the situation of the defeat of the recipes of Western groundless cosmopolitanism in the economic life of Russia, it seems to me useful for Russians to hide away the former ambitions of the Big Brother and learn, where appropriate, the specifics of national political economy, its worldly understanding and application from the Chinese.